still be here when you're gone. You gather souvenirs, but I will never be your pawn, your pawn, your pawn. My love wasn't ever a game. I lay my cards out on the table. There's nothing to gamble away, but I can promise that you'll never be the same. But I can promise that you'll never be the same. You can double down. I'll still be a proud haven for your love is never love. A river through your bluff, I will be enough, enough, enough. My love wasn't ever a game. I lay my cards out on the table. There's nothing to gamble away, but I can promise that you'll never be the same. Something you can never take, what is not uncommon to forsake. Got a chronic urge to complicate. Think of love like a friend, not an enemy. Feeling I have nothing left to hide. I'll say but you know it when it's right. Keep it simple now, living it before I die. Think of love like a friend, not an enemy.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome. Nice to have your company wherever you're tuning in all around the world. Welcome to the final night of broadcast for Term 3 of 2023, Night 4 of Week 10. Where else to start? The Mount Panorama Bathurst. It's an Australian backyard doubleheader for you tonight, ladies and gentlemen. The Aston Martin's first up from this magnificent Mecca, and then we head to the gateway of hypothermia to, of course, bring the curtain down on the Blackout Electrical Solutions Porsche Cup. It is the culmination, the final chapter in Season 14 on the platforms of the Gentleman's Sim Racing Club, and it is terrific to have you along for the ride. Daniel Correa-Sara alongside Zach Caban. Welcome to our coverage as we hone in on the best 6.213 kilometres of motor racing real estate anywhere in the land. And I'm just relieved, Daniel, as we welcome you for the first time this evening and say good evening to everybody that's tuning in around the world across Facebook, Twitch and YouTube. I'm just relieved that there's a field turning up tonight.
It is good to see there is a significant amount of cars here for the finale. So we should be in for a good battle racing.
You know the circuit, you love it, you know it by its famous corners, you know it because it's steeped in Australian motorsport history and tradition. 9 o'clock in the morning, have a look at that, 15 kilometre an hour winds, 18 degrees the ambient, 22 on track. That is slightly more believable than what it was last time we were here at Mount Panorama, because we have, of course, crossed over into spring. 6.213 kilometres, 23 turns, and of course anti-clockwise is the direction. We've got Brendan Whitaker and Joe Baldwin on the front row here tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Now, it's a safe bet that we'll get 8 laps in race 1. Race 2, we're hedging our bets on probably 13, even with a splash and dash, because the times are sub 2 minutes at the moment. Car's about to line up on the grid here, ready to rock and roll. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Yes, we progress forward into the afternoon. 20 degrees the ambient, 31 on track. Brendan and Chris Whitaker have managed to put themselves on the front row. Joe Baldwin. So that was a late last gasp effort from Chris Whitaker. Joe Baldwin and Adam Lavis from the second row. Anthony Adshead, Paul Nichols, the third row. Ryan Teckle, Sam Chapman, the fourth row. Tony Baker and Glenn Riddell from the fifth. Sixth row is where you'll find Robert McGrath and Grant Gill. Seventh row, Jermaine Tuckaloo and Gary Cousins. Eighth row, Michael Ladder and John Merritt, if you don't mind. And Pete Matson and Philip Howe and Kurt Chapman making up the field. Good to see both. Good to see both. The great man, John Merritt, and his offside of his acquaintance, his teammate, Glenn Cito, on the grid tonight. Rare cameo appearance from those guys. Don't think for a second that the track and car of choice didn't have anything to do with that. We do this with thanks to Waste Options, Orbic Australia, Blackout Electrical Solutions, Login Systems, Astute Finance, Fisher & Door Lawyers and Flash Graphics. This is the fourth and final night of Grand Final week from a broadcast standpoint. It was great to have you with us last night for the supercars from Le Mans. Now, of course, we bring the curtain down with the production cars and also the Porsches. And stick around post-race as well, ladies and gentlemen, because around 10:30 Eastern tonight, we'll review the season that was, and we'll preview what's to come. We'll unveil what's on the agenda for Turn 4, and we cannot wait to showcase what we're going to be bringing you in the final 10 weeks of the term of the broadcast year for us. Of course, it all gets underway on Monday, September 25. Set for a start from Mount Panorama. It's Brendan and Chris Whitaker on the front row. Chris paying homage to Tony Quinn there, I think, with the VIP pet foods delivery. Getting set for a start. In behind is, of course, Joe Baldwin too. So we're ready for a start from Mount Panorama, the second last one of the term for the production cars. And Whitaker bogged it down. Beautiful start from Joe Baldwin. Baldwin leads the field to turn 1. Go, Trucker, go. Up Mountain Straight for the first time. We've got a clean and a safe start in the GT1s as they stretch their legs up towards Griffin's Bend. Trucker's going to lead the field. Brendan and Chris Whitaker slotted behind, then Anthony Adshead and Adam Lavis. Big movers so far include Tony Baker and Glenn Riddell. Paul Nichols, a big loser off the start. He's dropped 5 spots already. A sticker. Uh-oh, trouble. We've got the track blocked at the exit of Griffin's Bend, and there has been a monumental pile-up. Oh, dear. And poor old Grant Gill might have just brought himself a one-way ticket to paradise, because he's jumped the queue there. He's opted to start from pit lane in a bid to try and avoid all of that garbage. It may have served him well. We'll find out in a moment. Across the top for the first time. And down we go. Robert McGrath's on the tow rope. Michael Ladder also opted to start from pit lane. No Phil Howe, no Dave Oliver. To Conrod straight. Brendan Whitaker giving good chase on Joe Baldwin. Chris Whitaker and Brendan Whitaker, of course, fighting for the title here. We'll have updates for you throughout the course of the evening, ladies and gentlemen, from NRLW. Thursday night football of the women's variety for you tonight. Of course, the Rugby World Cup getting back underway tomorrow morning. Big weekend of motorsport with Formula 1 in Singapore. Have a look at Brendan Whitaker lurking. Can't get through on the inside of Joe Baldwin. Out of the chase for the first time and down under the bridge towards Murray's. Brendan's having a look, but he's going to just continue applying the pressure to Joe for the moment. 1 lap gone. 7 to go at the mountain. Glenn Riddell was also on the tow rope there at the end of that opening lap. If they stay in the server, they'll get a chance to go again race 2. And there'll be a few people very disappointed with the way in which they've been left behind there. Have a look at it. So Gary Cousins and Jermaine Takalou, that has been viewed as a racing incident from race control. Paul Nichols. He's there, all sorts of crunched up, unfortunately, is Nico. And not having a good time of it either, our mate. Pete Matson there in front of him, and in behind is Kurt Chapman. Maddo, of course, running the colours more synonymous with Paul Wood, of course, as opposed to his traditional yellow. And down the inside went Kurt Chapman, couldn't get it done. That's the difference now, Daniel. Unfortunately, that contretemps, which would normally trigger a safety car in any other real-world variety of motorsport, unfortunately, we have the field very much divided after the opening lap. It's the top 6 and then everybody else.
Yeah, that's right, and it's unfortunate. Everybody knows Bathurst, and it's basically world's largest pinball machine, and so if someone crashes in front of you, there's a good to fair chance you're going to end up in it, which is what happened to half the field. As you can see, the pit lane ticker down the bottom, completely populated. Only now has it gone empty. So Joel Baldwin had a really good start there. And then Brendan Whittaker hot on his heels. Chris Whittaker, the brother, in P3. And we've got Lavis and Ryan Teagle there in P4 and 5, and then a bit of a gap to Anthony Adset in P6.
So Baldwin, Whittaker, Lavis, Tegel, and Adset the top 6 at the moment. Adset right there with Tegel. Everybody else about 7 seconds further down the road. Adam Lavis has got his hands full with Tegel and Adset. Chris Whittaker's lunged up onto the back of Brendan Whittaker here to try and apply the pressure to Joe Baldwin. Back to the main straight, 2 gone, 6 to go. A race 1 around Mount Panorama, 15 minutes for the first race, 25 minutes for the second. So the second, there'll be a margin of error, if I can put it that way, attached to that, because if they can notch up the sort of times we saw in qualifying with the 156s, 157s, they may just sneak in a 13th lap. To the outside at Griffins. Here goes Brendan Whittaker. You'll never get it done there.
Oh, but Chris
never
had a
get
great
it done
exit
there. No, he had a terrific exit. But while ever Joe's driving so beautifully through that corner and not mucking it up, yeah, Brendan's odds are stacked against him as far as putting a move on the outside is concerned. We have seen it on the rare occasion over the years, but it's very, very rare. Chris Whittaker, we right on board with him across Skyline. Just enjoy this on the run down. Let's not put the pressure on. Interesting that we've got 3 VIP pet food entries out there, and they're all from different teams. On to Conrad.
Seems to be a popular.
That's
livery.
better. I can actually hear you a little bit better there. That's good.
Yeah, Ben
very nicely done. Thanks to Benny.
Yep, he mentioned it, and I just looked, and yeah, I don't know, I've got gremlins in my system, and they played buggers with him, but that's okay. It looks like we're fixed now, so thank you very much.
I mean, I could hear you, but not as clearly as I can. Now, Brendan having a lunge on Joe, not getting it done. Chris sitting there very patiently at this point. Clean run out of the chase, under the bridge, down to Murray's once more. How good to commentate motorsport around Mount Panorama, right?
Oh, it's the best.
Had an absolute ball there earlier in the year with the Speed Series round. If anything, I'm disappointed that the 1:58.7 for Chris Whittaker. Fastest lap of the race thus far. Very nicely done. If anything, I'm umming and ahhing about Bathurst next year, whether I go back. At the moment, there's no work in it for me from a commentary standpoint, so that's somewhat making it very, unlikely that I'll bother. Have a look at Joe defending on the inside. Brendan to the outside. A better run this time.
Oh, he's taking out his...
Driving middle of the circuit. The 2 teammates have taken one another out. Oh, can you believe that? And that could be the difference in the championship. That could be the championship right there and now for Chris Whittaker. Can you believe that? The 2 teammates have come together. Joe Baldwin I was just about to praise Joe Baldwin for driving beautifully in the middle of the circuit, making it very difficult for Brendan. Brendan got the slightest bit squirrely on the exit. Chris had a beautiful run up the inside, which would have put him on the outside for the cutting. And all of a sudden, it's gone up in smoke. Wow.
So there you go. There's the
There it
mistake
is.
there. Now, just to analyze that a tiny bit, that's actually a genius move from Trucker there, and I'll explain why. What he's done is he's held the inside line, which is where the camber is. And so Brendan's had to go way wide. He loses it. Now he gets over that hump on the camber, loses the back, and then runs into his brother, causes him to get out of the race. So Brendan's got away slightly lucky there, but for Chris... Oh, and then, hold on.
Hang on.
Was that Joe sliding at the front there?
That was Joe sliding at the front there. So Joe is still leading this race, but he's got Brendan right back on his tail again, putting all the pressure back on. So Joe's made a mistake at the cutting, and all the hard work of building a gap undone. Baldwin leads, Whittaker second, Lavis now third, Tegel fourth. Lavis has all of a sudden become a factor here. Chris Whittaker with the fastest lap of the race, 1:58.731. That was at the end of lap 3. Whoa! Jeez, that was a big moment for Ryan Tegel, if you don't mind. Just barely hung on to it then. Now, this is interesting. Now Joe goes wide, but there's not enough room for Whittaker, Brendan to move up on the inside. The best Chris can hope for here is the invert position. In position number 10, but someone's going to have to come unstuck for him to do that. You're right, that was beautiful, genius moving and driving from Joe Baldwin, though, Daniel, and not just for the reasons that you gave, but because he immediately put the pressure. He put the ball in Brendan's court and said, look, if you want to go around me, by all means, be my guest, but go the hard way, go the long way. He went for it, and it didn't come off. And in the end, it could be a defining moment in this championship fight. John Merritt, fastest lap of the race, 1:58.510. Down through the S's, the dipper, the run towards the elbow we go. Such drama here on Grand Final night, and we were excited about this because it was one of the few championships in Grand Final week. Oh, Ryan Tegel. Ryan Tegel's come undone. Lost fourth place to Anthony Adshead now. It was one of the few championships still firmly up for grabs and on the line there for the taking. Here's the move for the lead. Brendan Whittaker, better late than never. Down the inside of Baldwin to the chase. Baldwin can stick there, can go deep under brakes. Beautifully done, Joe Baldwin. The crisscross, the up and under. Have a look at these.
You're kidding.
And all the meanwhile, have a look at Adam Lavis just waiting patiently as well. Whittaker's going to try and get down the inside, then thinks better of it. Down into Murray's and the run down the main straight.
Oh, let's have a look at that again. What an excellent move here from Joe. He holds his line on the inside and he goes, I can brake later than you and I can get a better exit than you. He gets a little bit of a hop on the curb. You'll see it now. But he holds the line.
But look at how much curb he rode. That was, I'm not sure that was a consensual relationship with the curb just there from Joe Baldwin, but he made it work to his advantage. Good on him. Now up the outside comes Whittaker again to Griffins. Joe, a little bit wider on the exit that time around, but covers Brendan off beautifully. Lavis just sitting there lurking in the shadows. Ryan Tegel's dropped off. Anthony Adshead's dropped off. Adshead now in fourth place, having got past Ryan Tegel. We did see an off-track alert next to Tegel's name. Not terribly sure what it was all about, but we believe it was on the run down towards Forest Elbow. And we ride with Adam Lavis across the top of Mount Panorama. 2.25 laps to go, or 2.5 laps to go as they stretch across Skyline. And we ride on board with Lavis. And here the Aston's at work. Such a great car. We had a 400-kilometre mountain men race here at the end of, I want to say 2021, where the Astons were the car of choice. Kurt Chapman's come unstuck at Skyline, and Chapman's dropped down to 10th place now, behind Sam Chapman and Gary Cousins. Chris Whittaker, the next one in pursuit there, but he's 6.7 seconds down the road. He's lost 9. Chapman's gained 9. Side by side again. Whittaker forced to go the outside this time round. Baldwin keeps him at bay. No, he doesn't. Oh, boy, now it's on. Brendan's found his way to the front. After such stoic defence from Joe Baldwin, Brendan leads us to the line with 2 laps to go. Oh, that was on the nose stuff, that. Brilliant from Brendan Whittaker. Just barely had enough room to stick it up the inside through turn 22. and got it done.
So where Brendan's done really well there is he thought back to the previous lap and he said, all right, Joe's going to try and do the same move. So instead, he broke a little bit later on the outside. He maintained the gap side by side. Now what that means is Joe couldn't extend the full length of the track on the exit, because now there's a green Aston Martin there. So Brendan's used that to his advantage, managed to keep the speed and beat him down to the last corner. That is fantastic work, and that is what you get when you take the production cars, or any cars for that matter, to Mount Panorama.
Across the top of Mount Panorama, 1.5 laps to go. Brendan Whitaker, Joe Baldwin, Adam Lavis, Ryan Tegel, Anthony Adds at the top 5. I've got my eye on Chris Whitaker. He's down in 11th at the moment, missing out on the invert. And he'll be so frustrated by the events of the opening couple of laps here. Jermaine Takaloo in pit lane, so too Robert McGrath. Glenceta Riddell out on the circuit, but a lap down. Adshead following Tegel. Is there more drama left in this race? Joe, I tell you, he will have a smile from ear to ear like a Cheshire cat when we speak to him in a few moments' time. He will be delighted with second. He'll be delighted that he's been able to keep Brendan at bay for as long as he did. Here comes Adshead defending on the outside, I should say, of Tegel. Tegel and Adshead to the chase, and Adshead gets the job done. Moves across, drives mid-track through the chase. White flag, gentlemen. White flag. Last lap. One more time around. 19th race of the production car series at Mount Panorama. The third time that we've seen the Astons as the car of choice out of the 4 races that we will see them utilised, of course. 2 rounds, 4 races. We saw them back in week 5 at Magny-Cours. That was a rather lacklustre affair, but this one at Mount Panorama, well and truly making up for it. Adam Lavis, he'll be happy with 3rd too. So you're looking at 10th, 9th and 8th on the grid for the next race at this stage. And Chris Whitaker. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Yeah, Joe better be careful here. I can see him getting just a little unstuck on some of these corners. And he's trying to push hard. He's trying to get back at Brendan, it being the last lap and all. And there is time to gain through the top of the mountain. The only problem is you got to make sure you don't lock up those tyres because at this point of the race, it's very easy to go into the wall. I don't suspect he'll do that. Joe's got a lot of experience around on this track. But Brendan has put almost a 1 second gap to him. So unless the draft is extra powerful down Conrod Straight, I think Brendan probably has this in the bag. And look at that. It's now almost 1.5 seconds. And yeah, I have a feeling that British screen Aston Martin is just going to run away with this one now.
Brendan Whitaker has but 3 corners to go. On the brakes through the chase for the final time. Joe Baldwin, that'll be his best finish of the season so far in the production cars, I think I'm right in saying. But Brendan Whitaker, not without controversy and drama, ensures the winning streak of the Whitaker Motorsport stable ranges on here at Mount Panorama, Bathurst, and he gets the job done in race 1 of the production car finale in the Aston Martins here. Here is Paul Nicholls in 8th place at the moment, and safely navigating his way through to 7th on the inside of Gary Cousins. Sam Chapman is in there as well. That's the fight for the minor placings. Chris Whitaker's going to come home in 11th. And what a defining moment that is as far as this championship is concerned. Whitaker from Baldwin, Lavis, Adshead, Tegel, Matson, Nicholls, Cousins, Chapman and Chapman. So it's an all Chapman front row for the final one of the term. And CW will start from 11th, just behind Brendan Whitaker. So they'll be working together, hopefully this time a lot cleaner than last time, to work their way through the field and back to the top end of town. Will there be a square up due? We'll wait and see. But I dare say that they won't be exchanging Christmas cards just yet. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Fancy a championship being decided with a moment like that. Desperately unlucky. But well done to Joe Baldwin. As I said, I'm pretty sure I'm right in saying that's his best finish of the production car season. Adam Lavis, dual result. And good to see Pete Matson up there in the top 10 as well. Up 11 spots, Matto. Best mover of the race. And he avoided all the garbage on the opening lap. Someone had to. We'll try and get a replay of that for you a little bit later on, folks, what unfolded there on lap 1. We didn't actually get back and have a look at that, but such drama. The track was blocked. I was a little bit surprised that Race Control didn't want to throw the yellow, but that would have denied us some pretty good racing at the top end of town. So in the end, it is what it is. There's not much we can do about that. And CW's summing up in 3 words. Well, that sucked. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Stick around, folks. It's 5 races for the price of 2 tonight. You get 2 here for the price of 1. And then you get 3 for the price of 1 with the Porsches from Phillip Island. I'm just laughing at the expert commentary coming in from CW at the moment. It'll be more entertaining when he's in the booth with us a little bit later on. Don't worry about that. Whittaker from Baldwin, from Lavis, Adz, Tegel, Matson, Nichols, Cousins, Chapman, and Whittaker. Grant Gill recovered for 12th, and of course 13th was Michael Latta, John Merritt, Tony Baker, and of course Jermaine Takaloo. With Glenn Sedabadella a lap down, Robert McGrath 3 laps down. He won't be classified on the 75% ruling, and Philip Howe not classified at all. And Dave Oliver was a non-starter in all of that too. His name's up there, but anyway. So the Astons around Mount Panorama, such carnage, such drama in the opening race. And Joe Baldwin, you had the box seat for all of that, my friend. Well done on second, and well done on a stoic defence for as much of that as you could possibly handle.
I tell you what, is there a better combo than this car on the mountain? It's so much fun. Brendan, he put the blowtorch to me that whole race. The draft's worth a fair bit around here with the car, so just placing the car in the right spot so you can take advantage of the braking zones and stuff like that. But he got me in the end. Actually, when we had that side-to-side contact going up the hill, I think I touched the curb on the inside and it trying to give him room, and it just, I don't know whether it was net code or whether I just bumped out a little bit. I'm not sure, but fortunately Chris got involved in that. And I was looking in the mirror going, oh no, what happened? And I missed my braking mark going up into the cutting and I actually damaged the car. So the majority of the race I actually had steering damage. So pretty damn happy with that result. But how good was that start?
Absolutely, Joe. And all too soon, that brings us to the end of the in-between intermission here, because you're about to line up on the grid and go again. What are you hoping for here, mate?
Top 5, if I can get a good start and couple off. It's a longer race. Be smart with the pit stop strategy, and yeah, if I can get up into the top 5, I'll call that a win actually overall.
Just hoping to keep your nose clean, actually, mate.
That's going to be hard on lap 1. Yeah.
Everything that happened behind you on the opening lap that time around, mate. Go and get amongst it. We'll talk to you at the end.
Thank you, boys.
Trucker Joe Baldwin, magnificent stuff. So Curtin, Sam Chapman, the front row. Gary Cousins, Paul Nichols, the second. Pete Matson, Ryan Tegel, the third. Anthony Adz, Adam Lavis, the fourth. Joe Baldwin and Brendan Whittaker, the fifth. Have a look at that too. I mean, got Nichols, Matson, Lavis, and Baldwin, stalwarts of the club going back all the seasons. And this is the culmination of season 14 tonight. Final one of the term for the production cars. Let's go from Mount Panorama. Beautiful start, Anthony Adsen, who blasts up the outside, tries to slot around the outside, but couldn't get it done on Pete Matson. Trouble at the back.
Ooh.
Uh-oh, more drama, more garbage. Tony Baker. Bang, bang, bang.
Oh, more dense than a cricket
Just
bat
a
there.
knock-on effect. Just more garbage than you could poke a stick at. Down the inside, Paul Nichols. Oh, more trouble. Pete Matson's been sent. Pete Matson has been turned around at Griffins. But we get through there this time around without a blocked track. Chris Whittaker's up 3 spots already. He's got the better of Brendan Whittaker off the start. Glenn Riddell's off the circuit. Jeez. Didn't get to run through the full grid there, but it doesn't matter now because we're underway. Basically, top 10 was an invert of the finishing order of race 1. Everybody else finishes where they, starts where they finished, essentially. That's the order of the equation here. You know this caper after all these terms, ladies and gentlemen. You know what the drill is. Through the, Joe Baldwin. Oh, jeez, have a look at that. How the hell do they get through there side by side without coming together? That's Chris Whittaker and Joe Baldwin doing their best, I believe. Magnificent stuff. And Anthony Adsad's in that as well. Paul Nichols just ahead of... Actually, no, sorry, it was Nico. It was Nico and Baldwin. I'm getting confused with the amount of bloody VIP deliveries out there. Now they're side by side to the chase, and Baldwin's up the outside of Nichols. Round the outside, got him.
Ooh,
Got him.
He's taking a page from Brendan.
But it unfortunately compromised Adshead. Adshead was trying to get the up and under on Nichols and unfortunately lost out to Chris. So Adshead, in trying to gain one, lost 3 and then spins it into the wall. It's a soft touch, but it's his hard work being brought undone. Adam Lavis had a spin there as well with him too. I think. No, that was somewhere else on the circuit. Lavis was dropping a couple of positions further down the main straight. There was somebody else off there with Anthony Adshead, but I couldn't pick up who it was. We'll try and get back and pick all that apart.
Oh,
Very
Chapman.
sharply bang into the wall goes Kurt Chapman. And he's lucky that he hasn't broken the steering.
Yeah, another victim of that camber there.
Uh-oh. Trucker was up the outside in a very precarious position, but he just got away with it, and he gets up into 4th place now. In behind is Chris Whitaker. In behind him is Paul Nichols, then Brendan Whitaker. Kurt Chapman a sitting duck at the moment, Daniel.
He's definitely compromised. That car has some damage. As you can see, he's just scraping there. So I bet you he's got a little bit of loose steering. This is going to be really good for Chris Whitaker now. He's going to try and push him down into Forest Elbow. But if you're Kurt Chapman, you're probably sitting about an inch higher in your race seat because you know you've got an angry hornet's nest behind you waiting to make their way past.
Racing incident, Tony Baker, Michael Ladder, lap 1. So Ladder was caught up in all of that. Glenn said Riddell's parked up for the night. He's done. He's had a gutful. A shocker of a run for Cedo. Pete Matson on the recovery mission with John Merritt side by side. No shortage of overtaking opportunities here. No shortage of entertainment. Whoa! Here we go. Chris Whitaker up the outside. Down the inside of Kurt Chapman now to P5 goes CW, and in comes Brendan Whitaker to try and get out of all of this. Geez, Chapman had it all sorts of crossed up coming onto the straight there and hung on to it. Keeps Paul Nichols at bay. Adam Lavis, John Merritt gets by Grant Gill on the inside to turn 1. So much happening here at the moment. Sam Chapman the leader. Gary Cousins is second. Ryan Tegel was at the top of your shot there in 3rd. And we ride on board with Adam Lavis. To the cutting once more. And again, Lavis knows the drill here. Just bide the time, play the patient game, wait for your moment. Joe Baldwin gets by Ryan Tegel at the top of the mountain. Joe Baldwin up to 3rd. Again, what a charge this has been from Trucker. And look at him. Everything to play for here. The next cars down the road are Gary Cousins and Sam Chapman. They've somewhat bolted. They're 3 seconds down the road. But Baldwin's got serious pressure mounting. Tegel wants to get back by. Whitaker wants to find a clean way through. Got balked there by Tegel having a moment through the dipper. Whitaker looking to even up the ledger there. He's already got 2 TCR championships. Would love a second production car championship. It's going to stay in the stable, but I think it's going to go to Brendan. Down Conrad we go. If the intensity of this is anything to go by, Daniel Correa, so I'm not sure we'll make it through the Porsches.
And not to mention, let's not forget, they're at Phillip Island.
Exactly.
Right? So not only are we getting an absolute masterclass here of GT1s, or I should say the Aston Martin GT1 here at Bathurst, but then we get Porsche Cup at Phillip Island. And as I say that, Kurt Chapman goes off on the chase.
And that car is really begging for mercy, pleading for it at the moment. It's had a rough run in this second race. On to pit road come Paul Nichols and Pete Matson, who got into the side of one another earlier. I'm not sure they'll be having a drink at the end of this. Chapman's all sorts of squirrely. You would have seen him at the top of the screen there, all over the joint. Down the inside, Whittaker.
Oh, that's huge.
Tagle goes straight out into the wall. Ryan Tagle clouts the wall. And Chris Whittaker says, thanks very much. I'll take that position any day of the week. Oh, boy, Ryan Tagle. A moment to forget. But let's see it again. Just to add insult to injury. Down the inside came Chris Whittaker. Here's the lockup. And once you're locked up, you can steer that thing right, left as much as you like. It's just not going to want to cooperate. And on that occasion, yep. And Tagle's already lost 1.9 seconds as a result of the contact on CW and everybody else. Here comes Pete Matson, the Orbic livery. Up to Brendan Whittaker in 14th at the moment. So, but just remember, Paul Nicholls is the only one ahead of Brendan that's pitted here. But Whittaker won't want to waste any time getting by Paul Nicholls here. 1:58.845 for Sam Chapman ahead of Gary Cousins, Joe Baldwin, then Chris Whittaker. Top end of town in the 158s and 159s at the moment. Top 12 yet to stop. This race is well and truly alive.
Brendan Whittaker's going to line up right behind this Aston. And you watch the amount of draft he's going to get towards the end of Conrad and into the chase. I'm going to assume, here's my assumption, he's probably going to do what he did to Joe in the previous race. He's going to line up here, get the absolute advantage, shoot off onto the to the outside here, which will be the inside to the first part of the chase. Now we go down, and he might even be able to get the job done beforehand. He does, so it's not even a worry. And there we go. P13 now for Brendan Whittaker. His brother now trying to get one up on Joe Baldwin, but Joe sticks on the inside, and for now will stay in P3. But as we come up here to the cutting, Joe's a little weak, so hopefully he doesn't lock up going through, as we see the smoke there, so it looks like Cousins might have done so.
1:58.256 last time around for Chris Whittaker, not mucking around. 0.6 of a second faster than anyone on the circuit. Magnificent pace. 9 minutes gone, we're on lap 5. We anticipate 12, maybe 13 laps here. 12 by 2 is 24. That gives you a minute for transit time. They won't need that because we've only been chewing up about 8.7 in the pit stops through Brendan Whittaker. So if you're using that as your gauge, we start the final lap inside time on that 25th minute, and we'll go into a little bit of overtime. We won't complain. Overtime around Mount Panorama, yes please. More of it the better. Down Conrad we go. Chris Whittaker, 4th place, chasing Joe Baldwin. Gary Cousins is right there with Sam Chapman now. Cousins sporting a new look tonight as well. Chapman doing a nice job of controlling this race. To the chase we go. Five laps gone. These guys will start thinking about pit stops shortly, I'm sure. There'll be one or two characters in this field happy to run it as far as they can. They'll run the tank dry. They'll slash and dash for a couple of laps. 1:57.804 for John Merritt, now the fastest number of the night. The pace is coming down and heating up just beautifully. Look at the Pirelli stickers across the top of the VIP Pet Foods entries. Chris Whittaker getting a little bit impatient here following Joe Baldwin. Anthony Adds head to pit lane. So too Tony Baker. Looks like Baker's might be more terminal than anything else though.
So Chris really does have to think here. We still have 14 minutes to go. You don't need to rush. Neither he nor Joe have taken their pit stop. So Chris really does have the leverage here. But I can see that he's extending some of these corner exits. So he is trying to get past as fast as possible. But this track is not forgiving. If you do it on Conrad Straight, you might get lucky. The gravel works now. Thanks, iRacing. You got rid of the jump, but at least the cars will stop.
Yeah, absolutely screwed it, yeah.
So he can be a little bit more forceful there. But when you're going up the mountain and across the mountain, there's one line, And one line only. If you want to be brave, by all means do it. But
have a look at Cousins. Let's go to the lead here. Gary Cousins right up on the outside of Sam Chapman. Chapman pulls across, chops Cousins off. Any chance of attack? Gone. Anthony Adshead gets a penalty for contact on Robert McGrath earlier in the piece as well. A 10-second penalty coming the way of Anthony Adshead. That's important to note.
all right,
Didn't
so
see
Whitaker.
the incident. We'll
Whitaker's in the
hopefully get a
pits.
look at it later. Chris Whitaker comes to pit lane to splash and dash and get himself to the line. And locking it up coming into the lane as well. Hopefully getting clear of Joe Baldwin and John Merritt in the process. Merritt doing a nice job here of lurking up onto the back of Joe Baldwin. 157.488 for John Merritt. He found a sweet spot with these cars. What a good operator John Merritt is. Just versatile. Just about anything he jumps into, he's fast and competitive in. Probably not where he wanted to be in this race because getting caught up in the incident on lap one of the first race has hamstrung his night, but he's proven that he means business. Have a look at him. He's only 3.6 seconds off the leader, Sam Chapman. He started 14th. The guy's a serious threat tonight if he can find a way by Joe Baldwin. The only thing that'll hurt him, he won't have any chances to save fuel here. Punching out that sort of pace. Brendan Whitaker now responds, 157.336. So we're in a fastest lap shootout at the moment between Whitaker and Merritt. And Chris has got out in front of Brendan. That's a little bit of karma for him.
So Kurt's car is definitely fixed. He used that fast repair. And he no longer has the soft steering on the left side. So he should be able to make the apexes and exits just fine as he tries to chase down Ryan Teagle here towards the aptly named chase.
Very nicely done. Pun very much intended. Kurt Chapman down the inside. Chapman displaces Teagle. Moves into 6th place now. They're both a little bit wide coming out of the chase, but that serves Chapman well. Joe Baldwin to pit lane. John Merritt continues on.
Oh, onto the grass, the Whitaker brothers.
Oh, what's going on here? That's Chris Whitaker.
So the
trying to get by Robert McGrath.
Oh, he's gone!
Oh! Chris Whitaker spun on the exit of the chase. That will be the championship. Oh, can you believe that? He's done it all on his own. How did he end up in the grass on the first instance? That's number one. That's the first piece of this that we need to pick it apart. And then secondly, he's locked it up and looped it on the exit of turn 21. What on earth has happened here? He was looking right, then left, then right again. 300 clicks in the grass, if you don't mind. Got the job done to the inside of Robert McGrath. That's not a problem. The exit, oh, he's just lost the rear end. And Robert McGrath's had nowhere to go. That will be the championship, I do believe. What a way for it all to fall to the proverbial. Pete Matson's had a moment coming out of Hell Corner. Yeah, John Simpson makes a very good point. Cooling the tyres on the grass and in an SVG livery as well. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, jeez. That'll do, mate. Something about CW and grand final nights. They haven't been all they've been cracked up to be in the past. Oh dear. Brendan Whitaker is 9th. He's following Joe Baldwin. These are 1 and 2 on corrected order. So essentially, this is the fight for the race win, we do believe. However, I think John Merritt's going to firmly be part of the equation here. Here comes Brendan Whitaker making light work of Joe this time round. Thanks for coming. Brendan Whitaker takes so much speed into the chase. Pulls it. Oh, geez, a moment. A moment. And you would have thought that he'd be a little bit cautious on the approach to the chase, given that that's where it come unstuck for Chris last time around. Can you believe the drama of the night so far? And we've still got the Porsches to come. Gary Cousins, John Merritt leading the way. Adam Lavis, Grant Gill, Jermaine Tuckaloo. Then Sam Chapman's come out right in front of Brendan Whitaker and Joe Baldwin. That is Chapman. Chapman's now in this fight as well. 8 minutes to go. The incident with Chris Whitaker, is a post-race investigation. He'll love that. Someone screenshot that for him, please. Christ Whitaker. Christ will be one of the words that he's been yelling around in the cockpit tonight. Don't worry about that. Yes, Chris Whitaker. Robert McGrath's under investigation for potential blocking. And no doubt that will be a cause of frustration for CW when we do catch up with him shortly. Have a look at Brendan. Ranging up on the inside, but then thinking better of it on Sam Chapman. So Chapman, the sitting duck at the moment. John Merritt takes the lead away from Gary Cousins. John Merritt is the leader at Mount Panorama. But when do they come to pit lane? Top 5 yet to stop. Drama and action aplenty here. Excitement as well. Oh no, Sam Chapman's locked it up, going into the elbow and brought it all undone. Thank you, says Joe Baldwin. Thank you, says Brendan Whitaker. They go back to corrected 1 and 2 in the order. Merritt, Cousins, Lavis to pit lane. Now it's now the contact there. That's common sense from race control. That's a racing incident because Whitaker was already out of control, and McGrath had nowhere to go. That I knew that was coming. Be interesting to see what else comes of it though. The blocking incident. That's a post-race investigation. John Merritt's out. John Merritt is out. John Merritt's going to be the potential race leader here. Have a look at hot lap. Here we go.
That's a
coming.
decent
Goodbye.
gap there.
And he took Gary Cousins with him as well. Cousins will be a sitting duck. Lavis is in this fight too. So too Baldwin. 4-way fight for second, but John Merritt has breathing space. Wayne Hewitt taking the words right out of my mouth at the moment. He might get his wish at the end of the night. Stick around, ladies and gentlemen. We will be revealing the suite of broadcast nights and championships that the GSRC will be offering in Term 4, Season 15 of the club, at the end of the broadcast tonight. So stick around for that. Nice to have you on board, Wayne. Thanks for tuning in. Robert McGrath, Tony Baker still on pit road. I don't think that's going to change. Michael Ladder out there persevering with it, a lap and a half down. John Merritt the leader by 3.7 seconds. I think the stranglehold that the Whitakers have had on this championship might just be about to be, as far as race wins are concerned, might just be about to be brought undone here by hot lap. Gary Cousins, Adam Lavis, Joe Baldwin, Sam Chapman. We talk about it all the time, don't we? Chris Whitaker, for an unsafe rejoin on Paul Nichols on lap 7, just to add insult to injury, is going to get a safety license point penalty as well. Oh, have you got the bleeper ready? Have we got a 7-second delay that we could potentially deploy here? I don't think CW is going to be a happy chappy when he joins us. Joe Baldwin, all over the back of Adam Lavis, is going by Gary Cousins as though Cousins is standing still. They've got a job to do, and that's go with Brendan Whitaker. They had to get by Cousins in order to be able to try and do that. Lavis does it. Baldwin pounces. Cousins slots into 5th in front of Chapman. 10 laps gone. We're on lap 11. John Merritt's bringing us home. 3 laps to go at Mount Panorama. 3 laps to go. Baldwin, 4th at the moment, doing a nice job of it. Reece Gosner. Yeah, exactly. You have missed a good night. Don't worry about that. Good to have you on board, mate. Thanks for tuning in. Still Porsches to come too, and I think there'll be drama aplenty there, just quietly. Maybe not in terms of a championship fight, but a very defining night as far as the championship's concerned here in the production cars right now. Sam Chapman. Oh, he's wide at 2. He's wide at 2. Oh, boy. Merritt, Whitaker, Lavis, then Baldwin, Cousins, Chapman and Whitaker, the top 7 at the moment. If you're just joining us, this is Thursday Night Motorsport on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club across Facebook, Twitch and YouTube. Final time in Term 3 that we get to do this It's been a privilege to be with you on a Thursday night throughout the course of this term, except for the week where I had to miss through. I missed 1 week through the Sydney 300, and I was happy to do so because I watched the Swans win a thriller at the Sydney Cricket Ground. The next week I missed, and I wasn't supposed to because of appendicitis. The rest of it's been a bloody treat. Down to Forest Elbow we go once more. Merritt, Whittaker in a duel for who can clock the fastest lap of the race here. The margin, 2.7. Merritt's got that under control. There's only 2 laps to go next time by the line. Robert McGrath is out of the race. He's parked up. Tony Baker may as well be because he's not going to be classified even if he does stay in the server. Glenn said Riddell out of business early in the piece.
Well, keep your eye on this, because when we cross this line, you're about to see what bullying looks like on a racetrack. Joe is going to Oh, there's a spin there from Chapman in the back.
Oh! Chapman's thrown it away at Murray's.
Oh, look at Whittaker, though.
Chris Whittaker.
57-2.
Jeez, that's pace, isn't it? That's making a statement. So Chris Whittaker's now all over the back of Sam Chapman, and we know the history those two blokes have. That'll be well worth keeping an eye on over the next 2 laps, Dan, just quietly. Oh, geez. Brendan Whittaker's making good fight of this, but he's not going to get there. He's going to run out of time. 2.67 the margin. Lavis holding on to third. Baldwin fourth, staring down a double podium if Adam or Brendan or John slip up. But trying to fend off Gary Cousins in the process as well. Piggy in the middle right here and now.
Yeah. Joe having to have 2 sets of eyes. He's got to look at Lavis ahead of him, and he's got to look at Cousins behind. He's doing really, really well so far. This little tight pack. Lavis also doing a great job fending off Joe Baldwin. But again, the draft down Conrad is just so powerful. And so what you've got to do is, to prepare for that, you have to pull the car behind you up in the Forest Elbow. It's your only shot, because then they get off the gas and you get on the gas faster, and that's the only way you make it out. The only thing is, he's a little too far forward to sacrifice that speed. So Joe's now going to have the draft regardless. We should have 1 more lap after this, and that's when you're going to see some bonsai driving from everyone. So Lavis has held him off for yet another lap. And look at Cousins there too. He's bringing it up as well. Oh, I say that.
White flag in the air. White flag in the air. Last lap of the GSRC Production Car Championship for Term 3 of 2023 is underway. Look at the setting sun at Mount Panorama. Server time will clock over to about 20 past 5 in the afternoon by the time this thing is done. We might just be able to confirm that on the right-hand side of your screen there, please, Daniel, just to let everybody know that we are driving into the setting sun. Look at that, 20 past 5. Spot on, Zach. Thanks for coming. Excellent. 20 degrees, the ambient. I'm not sure I believe that. 22 on track. I do believe that, although the action's been a lot hotter than that. Don't worry. I hope you've enjoyed this one wherever you've been shooting it around Australia. Sam Chapman's still keeping Chris Whittaker at bay as well. I got my eyes on that battle. Don't forget, Porsches from Phillip Island, 3-race format still to come. Then, the unveiling of the suite of broadcasts and championship races on offer across the club platforms in Term 4, or Season 15 of the club, if you can believe that. Across the top of the mountain we go. Joe Baldwin doing a nice job of it. Back to Chris Whittaker, and yeah, let's just stick with these boys. I think there might be some.
I'm on you, Zach.
I'm thinking when we get down to the chase, there might just be something worth having a look at here. And Chapman locked it up, going through the S's and the dipper on the run towards the elbow. Whittaker will be eyeing this off. He'll want 6th. He might be happy with 7th. He's going to get it too, because Chapman's just got a shocker of a run onto Conrad. Here goes CW. We right on board with him. John Merritt's going to get the job done. Don't worry about that. Brendan Whittaker's going to go second. Look at Chapman. He knows that Whittaker's lurking here. Look at the defence work. Look at the weaving from left to right, the dancing, the drafting. Whittaker's sitting there patiently, probably impatiently at this point. Down the inside. Will he fire? Yes, he will. CW to 6th. Got it done.
That was clean.
Classy, critical stuff. John Merritt wins at Mount Panorama. Not the first time we've seen that happen. But this time he's done it in an Aston Martin. 13 positions gained, more than anybody. Fastest lap of the race goes to Brendan Whittaker. I think the championship as well. Adam Laver's third, Joe Baldwin, Gary Cousins, then Chris Whittaker and Sam Chapman. Ryan Tegel held off Grant Gill, and Paul Nichols is still trying to fend off Pete Madsen to Murray's corner, and does so. Kurt Chapman, Anthony Adshead, bring it on home.
Oh, they've hit each other.
Oh, jeez, that's the...
Oh, they haven't crossed the line yet. Who's going to get there first? It's going to be Chapman.
What on earth was that? I was going to say, for Anthony Adshead, that's the icing on the turd for him, because he had a shocker of a race, and he's got a 10-second penalty coming his way as well. So it wouldn't have mattered even if he did get by
big
Chapman.
big lockup.
And
there,
I reckon he'll have a case to answer with race control for that as well, just quietly. Jermaine Takaloo was 14th, Michael Ladder 15th, and that's the way we do it. Oh boy.
Now, I will say, just at the end there, that was actually very, very smart from Chris. See, he was getting baited into overtaking early. Sam was trying to pull him up just before. And Chris went, nah, I know your game. I'm going to sit behind you. And then I'm going to shoot out onto your left and deep brake into the end of the chase. And that's where I'm going to get him. He did it. He did it clean. And he came across there to finish in 6th. So that is a great job there from Chris. And unfortunately, Sam tried to play the game, but he came out second best on that one.
There are the results for you, ladies and gentlemen. Look at the margins. It really doesn't reflect how good the racing was, just quietly. Paul Nichols held off Gary Cousins and Sam Chapman. That was about the closest battle on track. Kurt Chapman and Chris... Oh, hang on. What's going on? Oh, that's race one. That's race one, of course.
Oh, sorry. No mistake.
Yeah, no.
That's why that hasn't come through.
Yeah, no, let's go race 2. That looks better. Yeah, third. That was far better. Anthony Adshead got let off lightly there with the fact that he redressed with Kurt Chapman. Some great racing there. Really good stuff. Whittaker got Chapman on the last lap. Joe Baldwin was in the thick of it with Adam Lavis, and Brendan Whittaker got away from them in the end. We'll hear from Joe in just a moment. 2.7 the winning margin. That's a fair reflection of how dominant John Merritt was, and he did it from 14th on the grid, which was really classy stuff and really just showcases Racecraft 101. And when a good operator is in the zone and can hit all the markers and doesn't get caught up in any other garbage and incidents, that's what happens. Really good stuff. He's just come in and schooled the competition. One of the ring-in cameo performances of the season from John Merritt. Paul Nichols salvaged the top 10 as well. Joe Baldwin's here alongside us. I agree with you, mate. Aston Martin's Mount Panorama. Can we do that every week?
Oh, I'd love to. They're certainly a fun car. They just seem to do it right. There's probably a bit too much draft in them, which made some of the passes maybe a little bit easy. Yes, but I'm certainly not going to complain. I think I just had a look then. I think I ended up second overall, which I was a little bit unexpected. I know Adam's in a bit of a championship battle there, so I certainly battle him. Come out of the pits and let him run out his championship race without me getting in the way. But yeah, to pick up second overall and a bit of a cameo, I'm pretty happy with that.
Mate, it was a very nice performance from you, and it goes to show, I mean, we know you're a good performer. We know you've got the pace there, the skill there as well. I guess it helps when you get a combination that really suits your wheelhouse, mate.
Yeah, hey, I've done a lot of laps around the mountain. Since I joined the service, I would love $1 for every lap I've done around here. 10 cents for every lap.
Yeah, same
be bad,
same here, Joe. Same here.
Yeah. So
sure.
I've done a lot of laps there, and I know my way around the place. Don't have the ultimate pace of the Whittaker brothers, but yeah, unfortunately, Chris, he's just joined us here. He's had a shocking night, the poor guy. I think I might have had a part to play in the incident he had in race 1. I don't know what happened in race 2, but he was certainly hunting me down. And yeah, it's just, this car's fun. I've always enjoyed it. So yeah, you're right with, we'll go into the Porsche in the next one. It won't be that easy to stay in the top 3 of that championship, I'm sure. It's a bit more difficult combination there, but we'll do our best over there.
Very much excited about what's to come at the Island, Joe, and we wish you the very best with that, mate. We did have a comment or two in the server here via our YouTube platform that maybe we should have an Aston Martin Championship as part of Term 4. Let's talk about that at the end of the night, yeah?
We'll definitely do that for sure.
All right, mate. Go and get amongst it. Enjoy Phillip Island.
Thank you, guys.
We'll move around the room here because there's a fair bit to pick apart across the course of the next 20 minutes. Ryan Taggle, that looked wild tonight, quite frankly.
Yeah, I've had a bit of a I haven't been on a Thursday night in a while, so I just had a crack at the Aston Martin. I've never actually raced this car before, and I was just happy to be in the top 10. But yeah, it was very wild.
One lock up and a wall slam at turn 2, but apart from that, what else did you make of it?
For me, it was all the sprint race for me. I'm still shocked that I managed to stay in the top 5 for most of that race, and especially with the pace of some of the boys. Like, I know that there's the mountain men on the Saturday nights and people like Trucker and that. There's just specialists everywhere. So if people that you'd normally be racing with side by side, they're miles ahead of you. So it was just a funny field. And then even like John Merritt, all of a sudden, I didn't even know he was in the race. The next minute, he's zooming by me. So I was like, where are all these people? I just felt out of place the whole time. So I was just happy to finish, to be honest.
Mate, to be honest, we were happy that a few of you blokes turned up for once. These races have been going on all week, every week for the last 10 weeks, and the fields have fluctuated like you wouldn't believe. So it was nice to actually get a turnout. I think the car and track combo very much helped that. But what's been keeping you away from the sim, just quietly?
A bit of work and a bit of personal life as well. Just other commitments are getting in the way. So it seems like Wednesdays now seem to be my night of choice. So I've been doing a little bit of Formula Ford, but yeah, like I finally had a Thursday night off. I thought I'd rejoin this great night. But
well, it's great to have you back for one. But how rude? How rude of work and personal life to get in the way of sim racing, mate?
You're telling me. I only just made it home just to make this race. I've been working my butt off.
Oh dear.
To those who know me, like I'm not going to tell you what my job is, but to those who know me, they probably know what's going on in and around the place that makes it so busy for me. But yeah, I was just lucky that I could make it tonight.
All right, stick around and have a chat to us off here, mate. But in the meantime, Formula Ford, how are you finding them?
Yeah, it's all right, not too bad. I haven't been making too many of those races either, so I can only comment on about 3 races I've made, which have been extremely good fun. But yeah, still Formula V's for me over the Formula Ford. The Formula Ford is just a little too wild for me.
Here.
But yeah, I'm sure the Formula V one day will come back. And I'll just do a little shout out as well, just to the Are You OK Day today, which we've been representing on our spoilers in the rear of our cars. So
yes, mate.
Just a little call out for anyone that's suffering with their mental health. Just there's always someone to reach out.
We've always been big advocates of mental health on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. I'm glad you mentioned it, mate, because the racing that we've just seen probably has impacted the mental health of a couple of people, but more than that, it has taken our mind off real world stuff as well. So it's a double-edged sword, but we have been big advocates of it. And in fact, one of the reasons why it was such a good thing to come into our lives in 2020 was because we were all sitting at home going insane. Agreed with everything you said there. Beyond Blue, Lifeline, all those great people are there to pick up the phone. Your mates are there to pick up the phone as well if ever you're doing it tough, if ever you need to have a chat. Some of us, it's such a hard thing to say, though, because at the end of the day, some of us, and I know friends, and I know from personal experience, I'm not one of those people to pick up the phone immediately. If it is, it'll be mum because she can handle it. She can put up with me whinging. But it's one of those things where I get it. People are like, no, I don't want to burden you. No, be a burden. Happy to be, So, and I've got a friend who has probably been stretching the friendship on the leverage of that over the course of the last month, who I won't name, but I am catching up with them next week. But it's, everyone goes through their own different, battles and struggles, and this thing called life, it's a bloody roller coaster of a thing. So, no, glad to see that you're representing that. Glad to see that we've been able to speak about it for a couple of minutes, and great to have you back in the server, mate. Please come back more often.
Oh, will do. Thank you very much, guys. Have a good night.
There he is, Ryan Tegel. Paul Nichols on the subject of people that come in and out on a cameo basis these days. Welcome into you. I don't think you're exchanging Christmas cards with Pistol Pete at the moment.
Oh, no, we had a chat in Discord after it. And look, I think it was one of those 50-50 calls. I mean, we had 2 incidents in the first race and second race as well. So, look, not intentional.
There it is.
And Pete and I are good mates, and we kind of look at it after the race and go, yeah, 50-50.
Yeah.
Like, that's a hard one. That's a hard one.
It was a hard one. However, in saying all of that, Nico, you started fourth in that,
I know.
in that feature. So the invert meant that you were seventh past the post in race 1, and you would have just been happy to be alive after turn 2 of race 1, I would have thought.
Yeah, I had so much aero damage. I think I was down about 2 seconds on my qualifying pace, so that certainly certainly affected the pace down the straight, and couldn't keep up with Pete. But really good fun, and Gary was chasing me. Gary Cousins was chasing me from behind, so that last lap was a lot of fun. And look, fantastic. I'm really happy to be back, and production car racing is a lot of fun. So hopefully next season I'll get in to do a few more races, and you might see a sponsorship coming around soon.
Very nicely done. We're all for sponsors here on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. It keeps the wheels turning. You know that, Nico. Hey,
I didn't realise there's so many VIP pet foods team tonight. I didn't realise there was that many teammates out there. But good turnout for the VIP boys.
I didn't realise Tony Quinn was sponsoring you all. Just quietly.
I didn't realise either.
No.
He sent us a can of dog food, I think.
We'll get to Chris Whittaker on the subject of dog food in a moment. He's had a turn of a night. But in saying all of that, Luke Turner made the good point. If he'd realised it was on, he would have been in there like all over it like a cheap suit. So stick around at the end of the night, mate. We're going to reveal the suite of races for season 4, season 15 of the club, term 4 of 2023. I've got an inkling that the Aston Martin will pop up once or twice there. So stick around for that. Hey, Nico, what else is news, mate? What else is keeping you busy?
Oh, look, I think new business, started a new business, so that's up and running, and really enjoying it. Good to be outside and working on cars and doing something I really enjoy. So instead of sitting in front of a computer all day, so yeah, love it. And it kind of works in with sim racing as well. So love the automotive industry, love car racing. So I'm still in the industry, but in a different phase, I suppose.
Exactly. I'm actually heading down your way on Monday. Going to be based out of Cessnock for the next 6 weeks. So at some point along the line, we'll try and catch up. Try and have a cold one. In the meantime, we'll get to Chris Whittaker in just a moment, but it's good to see he's still got a sense of humour about him. Now, Nico, are you having a crack in the Porsche tonight, or?
Look, mate, no, I haven't driven the car for probably a couple of seasons now, so not going to have a crack. But I might jump in and see the announcement at the end of the Porsche Cup. I might jump in and have a listen, or maybe do a bit of commentating at some stage. But I'm going to have a bit of a break, and I'll jump back in.
I was going to say, yeah, come back in and say good day. If Phillip Island dishes up anything like what Mount Panorama has done, it'll be well worth the price of admission, mate. Thanks for that. Nice to catch up.
Good.
Well
Thanks,
done
mate.
on the result tonight. Good stuff. Yes, and nice to see that so many of you are avid fans of VIP Pet Foods and Tony Quinn's work before he came and made his mark on Ipswich. John Merritt, welcome to you on the subject of cameo appearances. Just waltzes in here and cleans up. Unfortunately, you got cleaned up inadvertently in race 1, but you well and truly made up for it in race 2, mate. Well done.
Yeah, thanks, mate. Yeah, awesome combo. Awesome car,
Lethal.
awesome track.
Lethal, I think, is the word you were looking for. There's a few people that'll be happy to see the back of the combination just quietly. But in saying all of that, mate, obviously you persevered with it. You salvaged what you could out of race 1. It put you 14th on the grid for race 2. And you left no stone unturned, and you weaved your way through and used strategy to your advantage and got the job done. Didn't quite get the fastest lap. Brendan Whittaker's pipped that one off you, but you get the bonus points for the most positions gained. You get the win, and it was a sizable margin in the end. You're comfortable.
Yeah, mate, I only found out and just managed to scrape in as quali was ending. So, mate, race 1 was going to be anything. So, no, I thoroughly enjoyed the car. So, hopefully it's on board for next season.
Your teammate Luke Turner's up here for the rent at the moment, just quietly. If you can see the Facebook feed and the comments that are coming through, he's not happy that he missed his invite in the mail.
I don't know if I would have been comfortable seeing his Mankini race suit personally.
Yes. I was going to say it's another case of you're making your sim racing commitments work around your real world stuff, John. So, what are the chances of seeing you in a full season campaign next term, please?
Oh, mate, with drop rounds, I'll certainly try and give something a crack. So yeah, it's just been a busy time of year, as I think a few have mentioned. So get on when I can and enjoy the sim racing, and yeah, go from there.
We all love this circuit, but what particularly do you like about this car?
Oh, mate, it's probably quicker than a supercar. It's I suppose we had a fixed set there, so we're not worrying about open set. So just the ability to jump in and have a run. And the car moves around, but it's still got a level of traction control. So yeah, it's rather like a GT3, I suppose.
Fair enough. It is in the GT realm, isn't it? Actually, that's a very good point. I need to have a chat to the orchestrator of the series. Actually, where does GT fit in the realm of production? It was called a production car series, and yet we've filled it a GT1. But we're not complaining because the product was absolutely top shelf. John Merritt, thanks for stopping on by, mate. I know there's a lot of interest in the new Ferrari that's hitting the server as far as GT3 is concerned. Are you going to have a dabble in that at some point?
Oh, mate, whenever I can, I'll give it a cameo. I think the limitations just having to work on setup and just the sort of time investment involved. But if we can get a decent set and have a run, maybe Denchi will roll out the Ford GT. That's the hope anyway, and maybe we'll be competitive.
All right, mate. Very nicely done. On the subject of cameo appearances, you've lost nothing. You've just come in and done a hobbo, done a dance, just rock and rolled up on race day and just made it stick. So well done on that. Shame race 1 didn't go quite to plan, but looking forward to seeing more of that from you in term 4. Thanks for that.
Thanks, mate. Cheers.
There's a reason why I've left Sam Chapman and Chris Whitaker for last, ladies and gentlemen, because that was the last defining moment of race 2. Whitaker getting the job done on the run into the chase, but you didn't make it very easy for him, Sam Chapman.
I mean, I made it relatively easy. I wasn't very quick tonight, so it could have been. I'm sure it could have been harder because I probably break about 50 metres later than Chris does into that corner. So, but I would prefer to stay on the track than to lock up and be a goose on the final lap.
I was going to say -5. So 9th in race 1, 7th in race 2. But as you say, a challenging night all round. I mean, how difficult did you find it to come to terms with this car and this track?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't get a whole lot of practice in, and I'm not a Bathurst specialist, so and they're outside of the sort of cars that I normally race. I wasn't really expecting huge things tonight. We've sort of found a bit of a rhythm in that first stint of the second race, which was good. But once the tyres started going off, fiddling around with brake balances and that sort of thing, I just didn't quite bring it back. So yeah, it was tough out there. It was still a lot of fun. It is a great car, and around this track, it is a lot of fun once you sort of get into the rhythm of it.
Very nicely done. Production car racing in its current guise. Not sure if it gets another Guernsey next term, but I know you'll be a regular fixture next term. Are you jumping behind the wheel of the Porsches for a steer in just a moment?
I won't be. I've had a good track record in the Porsches, so I think I'll leave those and just do the intro on Thursday nights.
All right, very nicely done. Hey, do stick around because at the end of the night, the full suite of Term 4 racing is being unveiled, so we want your insight on that. But for the meanwhile, I'm looking at the clock here. I'm running out of time. I've got to get to the Porsches in just a moment. Thanks for that. Well done on your input and your contribution, be it controversial or otherwise, to Term 4 Thursday Night Motorsports on Trey. It's been very entertaining.
Well, the controversy is entertaining, so I'm glad we could add to it.
On the subject as such, kiddies, might be time to just disappear from in front of the television just for a few moments here, and then come back to us at about 8:45, go to the toilet, brush your teeth, do all that sort of stuff. Chris Whitaker, welcome into you. What a night that was. That certainly was not in the script. Firstly, being an innocent bystander in a bobble for Brendan, and then obviously having your own moment at the chase in race 2.
Yeah, not a real good night at the office. I just haven't been comfortable all night. got home pretty late after car troubles and yada yada yada, and I was a bit wound up, to be perfectly honest, before I got on the sim, and just then couldn't
Sound
really
like me.
click with it. So track felt really, really strange, sort of half grippy, half skatey, half not knowing what it wanted to do. So I mean, not taking anything whatsoever away from Johnny Merritt and his achievement, rocking up and just towing us up as always. I think practicing probably so much hurt me. I knew what the track could do, and it just wasn't there for us. And I couldn't adapt fast enough. So that's all on me. But Brendan's been stupid fast all week as well. So there was no catching him. It just was what it was. So, apologies to Paul. That re-entry was just absolutely disgusting. I'm still trying to understand how I get a smaller penalty for that one than what I got for the other one the other week, but we won't go there. Awesome race with Sam again and not run into each other, so that was cool.
Yes.
It's been a long time since we've done that, Sam, so that was cool. I just drove like crap tonight, to be honest. I thought one of the guys, whoever that was, before I had my spin in the second race, had driven me off the track, and no, I just chose to go I had the options of 3/4 of the track or a quarter of a car width, and I decided to go a quarter of a car width for some obscure reason. I just not with it tonight, man. But congratulations to Brendan, as much as that hurts. Of all people to beat me, I don't really want it to be him, but it is what it is, as they say. So we've got one apiece now.
Yes.
But I'm just going to make sure he doesn't put his address in the forms so that his trophies keep getting sent to my house. So I'll hold on to that
Correct.
one as well.
Yep.
We'll say that I've got two production car championship trophies.
Unless it, of course, comes with his name on it as well.
Which it does, but I can cross that out. That's easy. I've got a nick.
In saying all of that, though, shocker of a way to end the season when you had one hand on it and could have potentially got two and doubled up to complement your two TCR trophies as well, mate. That must hurt.
Yeah, it was always going to be a tough battle. Having no drop rounds in hand at all. It's sort of obviously being away in Perth and then being away for Leeburn as well. It was always going to be a bit of a mish. But I didn't make it any easier on myself either. So
no.
To finish second, I'm disappointed to finish second, which is pretty pretty.
Yep. No, I get it.
I don't know the words to use, but
if you're not first, you're last, as they said in Talladega.
Exactly right. Exactly right. We go out to win. We all go out to win. So, but it's all good. We'll see what next season holds, and put our heads together and work out what we're going to go play in, and we can go from there, I guess.
Yeah, indeed. That being said, Mount Panorama was always going to bring in a few cameo performers, and John Merritt. So, as you say, you do nothing but tip your hat to him. In saying that, though, the Aston Martin, as a car, do you genuinely like it, or is it in the same league as the Renault Clio and the like?
No, I don't mind the car. I just couldn't get the hang of the brakes tonight. That was the issue, and I sort of struggled a bit through the week with the same thing. But last night we started to find some pace and got into those low sevens on a sort of 24, 25 degree track, which is awesome. Brendan was punching his 6.8, 6.7s on the same sort of temp track, which is just absolutely ridiculous and embarrassing, but whatever. No idea where that half a second was, but somehow he found it. But just I don't know, mate. Might have to give Johnny Merritt a call and find out what macro settings he had plugged in for tonight, and see if I can punch them in instead or something. I don't know. No, he did bloody well.
He did indeed. Real world, when's the next time we see you on the track, please?
Me, don't ask, mate. That one's the same story. Still no motor, so unless we do Fred Flintstone, it's not happening. But Brendan's next weekend, QR, the final round of the Enduros in the Cup car that he's co-driving. So they're leading the championship. So hopefully you can win two championships in 2 weeks. That'd be pretty cool.
I was going to say, send Quinny a photo of the car tonight. He might come to the table and help you out.
Yeah, I ran the same livery last time that we ran the Astons as well, so I've given him a few bucks over the years, so I think it's about time he's got plenty. Come on, he's got to share out.
Agreed. And he's not afraid to spend it, as we've seen.
Maybe you should spend it on a different commentary team. Maybe you should do that.
In recent years as well. All right, I'm going to leave that one well alone. Thank you, Chris Whittaker. Thank you, Sam Chapman. Thank you, Paul Nichols. Quick break back. This is Thursday Night Motorsport on the platforms. The Gentlemen's Sim Racing Club grand finale for the production cars done. Our final assignment for Term 3 is the Porsches from Phillip Island. Week 10 night term 3 action continues for you on the other side. This is Thursday Night Motorsport. Don't go away. Thursday Night Motorsport on the platforms of the Gentlemen's Sim Racing Club. Nice to have you along for the ride. Leg 2 of the doubleheader for you. Races 3, 4 and 5 of the program. And we're all split Phillip Island to bring the curtain down on the Blackout Electrical Solutions Porsche Cup season. And races 13, 14 and 15 of their campaign. 12 o'clock in the afternoon as we get things underway. 18 degrees the ambient, 27 on track, partly cloudy conditions, 28 km/h winds, which will be nice and strong, no doubt about that. Matt Dench and Sam Muir the front row, Samuel Sproul, Corey Lazarus the second row, Andrew Smith and Guy Leach the third row, Paul Wilson, Dane Snadden the fourth row, Kai Ardley and Jared Knight the fifth, Kai Ardley back on the grid, there you go. Brendan Whittaker and Ben Pedersen the sixth row, Dylan Shepherd, Jordan Malcolm the seventh, Russ Green, Jeff Adams, Dale Sharp, Brett Barker, Nick Wood and Brett Bradbury make up the top 20. And beyond that, we go to Adam Lavis, Joe Baldwin, Tristan Koch, Stephen Gallacher, Brendan Van Ryn, Grant Gill, Pete Matson, Michael Ladder, and Dave Oliver. Set for a start at the island. Here we go. Points coming into the night. Matty Dench, 5.16 played. Samuel Sproul, 3.96. Sproul over Muir by 19 points. And Jeff Adams, 3.43. 310 for Guy Leach. In the open split, we know that Paul Wilson Has one hand on the title, but he's still got a long way to go tonight. 499 plays Adam Lavis, 434. Joe Baldwin, 394, 363 for Stephen Gallagher and Nick Wood for 301. Dench has just about got the championship done. This is about putting the full stop and exclamation mark to it. Set for a start at the island, a 4.445 kilometre circuit that we all know and love. The third last one of the year for the Porsches. Let's go. And they fan out across the lane straight towards Doohan Corner for the first time. Dench a clear and comfortable leader as they hit turn 1. Can they all get through safely, cleanly, and calmly? The southern loop is always a trouble point. And we know how taily and squirrely these Porsches are. Oh, there's the first example. Gone, Ben Pedersen. Up on the banking and then rolling back down. Brendan Whitaker's opted not to start. Dave Oliver has up 5 spots on the opening lap. Ben Pedersen, did he get some assistance? No. He caught the dirt on the outside and launched it. Dench leads from Muir, Sproul, Lazarus, Smith, Leach, Snadden, Ardley, Wilson getting by Shepherd and Knight, making up the top 11. Wilson, the leader of the open split at the moment. The elite split, of course, being led by Matt Dench. They are the 2 champion elects here, so we shouldn't be surprised by any of that. 11 laps the distance in this opening race. Down the inside. I'll tell you what, that stretching the friendship there at turn 10 for Smithy. I think he had 2 wheels on the ripple strip and then maybe the other 2 in the grass as he was trying to complete that manoeuvre. But he got it done. 5th place at the moment. Chasing Corey Lazarus, fending off Guy Leach. 1 lap down. Now, 1:37.080 for Matt Dench. The standing lap time there. Paul Wilson's incident viewed as a racing one with Ben Pedersen on the opening lap. So there was marginal, minimal contact between these 2 cars, not enough to be penalised. But it's brought Pedersen's night crashing to a halt. He's down in 28th at the moment. It's a catch-up game from there. Invert of the top 10 for the second race over 20 minutes, I want to say. And then the third one is 35, I do believe. 15, 20, and 35, I believe, is the format tonight. So that should give us a 14-lap second race, just mildly, just quietly. And then the strategy play comes into the third race. There will be a splash and dash requirement there, I do believe. Top 10 invert for the second race, progressive grid for the third. Finish the second race where you start the third. Dale Sharp caught up in some drama with Russ Green on the opening lap, but it's been tamed by Phillip Island standards in the early stages. Down the inside goes Wilson, around his outside. Oh, no. He's turned Jared Knight around. That's the open split points leader. And this is occasionally what happens when you're running in with the big boys. And we talked about this the other night in GT3 as well. Probably, and last night with the supercars as well. No need to be racing that hard that early, especially when you're not in the same class. Let's have a look at this. Oh, yeah. Don't think he has a case to answer there in terms of, I don't think he's going to be able to plead his case. I don't think there'll be any debate or discussion entered into. I just feel as though race control will throw the book at him. Judging based on my initial look at that, and that's all. Dylan Shepherd in 8th place at the moment. So that's unfortunate for Jared Knight. And he's dropped all the way down to 27th in the running order here. And right behind Grant Gill. Ben Pedersen down there keeping him company as far as the elite split boys are concerned. Shepherd. There was no room there, but then the car in front of him, which was Kai Ardley, got it crossed up, went a little bit wide through Lukey Heights, opened the door up, and Shepherd says, thanks for coming. Ardley slots back into 8th now. Lap 3 done, Dench down the main straight, 1:29.258. The fastest lap of the race thus far. That's about to get smashed as Dench crosses the line to complete lap 1:23, 1:29, 1:02. And down to turn 1 we go. Thursday night, NRLW, Knights v Tigers. Knights leading Tigers 12-8 at the moment. The Knights doing great things in NRLW. And, of course, they're in a sudden death semi-final in the NRL this weekend as well. Dench, Muir, Sproul, Lazarus, Smith, Leach, Shepherd, Ardley, Snadden, and Wilson, the top 10. I'll be interested to see what the adjudication is from Benny Woods in race control. With that incident between Paul Wilson and Jared Knight, no doubt he'll be looking at it as we speak. Dane Snadden all over the back of Kai Ardley at the moment. Nice to see Ardley back in the server and back on the grid. Paul Nichols will be joining Daniel Correa-Sar and I here in commentary very shortly. And we will be at the end of these 3 races, ladies and gentlemen, revealing the agenda for Term 4 as far as what we'll be bringing you on what nights of the week. Up over Lukey Heights once more. Dench has got this race well controlled at the moment. 1.3 the margin over Muir. Sproul in there third. Lazarus is fourth. Fending off Smith and Leach. Shepherd's got Ardley and Snadden for company. Wilson. It's a 10-second penalty. There you go. No racing room. So I knew a penalty was coming. It was just a matter of what. And off goes Joe Baldwin. Off goes Joe Baldwin. So all the meanwhile, we now need... Oh, no, more trouble. More trouble. To the inside of Benny Pedersen. So who was that? I didn't quite get the red joke. Dale Sharp. So Sharpie's had another one. Has he? No, it can't have been Sharp. Yeah. There was a car going off to the inside to the left there. Pete Matson's parked up. He's out of the race. Maddo's done. We're down to 27. Brendan Van Ryn. Gotcha. Thank you, mate. That makes a bit more sense. This is truck up. Turn 11. And Kevin Schwantz had a nasty one back here in 1989. Out of turn 10. And Baldwin made it to turn 11. Brendan Van Ryn followed. Oh, Brendan Van Ryn got a cop from Benny Pedersen. That's why. So Pedersen charging back through the field. Oh, more drama. Oh, dear. Dench leads Muir, Lazarus, Sproul, and Smith the top 5. Leach, Shepherd, Ardley, Snadden, and Wilson make up the top 10. Dench the fastest start of the race, and an advantage of 1.9 at the top end of town. We're halfway through as we start lap 6 in terms of our time. Race 1 of the night, 29.042 for Dench. Reaffirms the mantelpiece at the top end of town with the fastest lap of the race. Reaffirms his authority on that. Down the inside to 1, Russ Green on Adam Lavis. Now that'll be for position 5 and 6 in the open split. Now that at the moment mathematically is being led by Wilson, but he's about to cop a 10-second invoice, and when he does, that's going to slot him down behind Adam Lavis at the moment. So that's costly. Now it doesn't impact the finishing results of this race, which is unfair for all and sundry, quite frankly, as far as I'm concerned. It'd be nice that if we could apply those penalties in the server, Daniel Correa-Sar. And the only reason I say that, with no disrespect to Paul Wilson, he's still sitting 10th at the moment. So he'll get the invert and he'll go to pole for the next race, which automatically gives him an advantage, despite the fact that when the results are applied manually by Adam Lavis or altered manually by Adam Lavis after the fact, he will lose that 10th place. And he will drop down to, as I say, theoretically 18th or 19th at the moment. 18th it would be. So, yeah, and marginally just 18th as well. Like, it looks like, oh, Adam Lavis has thrown it away. Adam Lavis is off the road, and he was the trigger point that I was looking at there. Jared Knight and Dale Sharp are off the road now as well. The carnage is starting to unfold at the island. That was coming round onto the main straight. So there'll be a couple of replays we'll need to have a look at there. Daniel Courier-Sarr, here's Kai Ardley in the meantime. That was live. That was him all over the back of Dylan Shepherd trying to fend off Dane Snadden. This was Grant Gill up to Lukey Heights. We will need to find out what's happened to Adam Lavis and everybody else. Dylan Shepherd's gone off whilst we're looking at that as well. So the replays keep on coming. This is what happened to Adam Lavis. This is trademark Phillip Island. Porsche, rear end, gone.
Too much jandal.
Too much jandal. Hello, Paul Nichols. Thanks for stopping back on by. Right on cue, the mocker on Adam Lavis. 90. This is coming into the final corner. There's contact in front of him, and Knight's going to have nowhere to go. Sacrificial lamb. Oh, dear. Yeah. So he's no longer ploughing into the tyres. So we can thank the iRacing update for that. And this is what happened. Kai Ardley down on the inside of Dylan Shepherd. Oh, no. Kai's went to go back out of it, then lost the rear end and collected Shepherd on the way through. And all of that's benefited Jordan Malcolm, and Paul Wilson's now up to 8th, which reaffirms the point that I was making earlier. He'll be 3rd on the grid, despite having that 10-second penalty coming his way. And that 10-second penalty would now drop him down to 15th position. So, yeah, but it matters very little because Adam Lavis was his nearest opponent. We've just seen what happened to Adam, so who's now down 3rd last in the field, just ahead of Grant Gill and the already departed Pete Matson. So Matto's had a shocker tonight. Nico, nice to have you on board. We're getting too used to this. Matt Dench doing Matt Dench things out by 2.8, but the racing further back's good stuff.
Yeah, look, absolutely. I jumped in. I just had a quick drink and thought I'd jump in and say hello. And as usual, Matty Dench up the front, which is not a surprise at all. Yeah, it's good to see some of the Open boys here doing pretty well. So if Wilson gets a 10-second penalty, we've got Nick Wood, I'd say, would be in that position. Is that correct? So he'd be in P1 for Open?
Correct. And Joe Baldwin would probably just slice in front in second, by the barest of margins. So
as you were saying, with the penalties,
as I say, it's artificial. Yeah,
with the penalties, it's very with iRacing. You don't get the opportunity in race control to manually place a penalty. So for the next race, particularly when you're doing heat racing, you can't adjust the next heat.
No.
To apply a penalty, which is a little bit unfortunate. I mean, it'd be good if you could, but being in race control, which I've previously done before. I mean, there's so much going on at one time to manually set the grid would be quite difficult. So I think from a time point of view and a admin point of view, just let it run. Gets a time penalty and loses some points from race 1, and yes, he might start in P1 for race 2, but where's he now? At the moment he's in P8, so
back live. Guy Leach in 6th place. Now Kai Ardley's going to get a safety license point penalty for the contact with Dylan Shepherd. Hard to give him a race penalty, an in-race penalty, because, well, he brought himself undone in the process. So he unfortunately had already given himself an invoice there as well. He has resumed, down in 14th place. Dylan Shepherd's back up in 10th and in the invert position at the moment. Dench is the leader with 2 laps to go as they cross the line. And look at Patterson up on the outside of Joe Baldwin and Lukey Heights, and then down into MG and taking Russ Green with him as well, potentially. No, Green couldn't get through. Dench leads by 3. And then 1.8 from Samuel back to Corey Lazarus. The top 4 doing it, well, top 3 doing it relatively easy. Have a look at Samuel Sproul and Guy Leach all over the back of Andrew Smith. We go back to Jeff Adams now, trying to get down on the inside of Paul Wilson. Can't get it done. And Dylan Shepherd rounds out the top 10 with Jordan Malcolm and Brett Barker lurking. And both of them would love that 10th place off Shepherd, Nico, because it means so much. It means that clear air at the start of race 2 with the invert.
Yeah, look, absolutely. A bit of clean air around Phillip Island because there's a lot of mayhem, obviously, back behind the leaders most of the time in these sort of races. So if you can stay clear of that and maybe get a little bit of a gap between the top 3 or 4 to the 8, 9s and 10s, the middle of the pack, you can certainly have a good race. So hopefully, it'd be interesting to see how Denchi comes through the field. As we know, he's a bit of an expert at weaving his way through the field and getting to the front somehow. I don't know how he does it, but he seems to be able to avoid contact. He must have what do they call it? Well, 9 lives? Maybe? I don't know. Ultra vision, whatever that vision is. He has this ability to see what's going on in front of him and avoid it. Yeah.
Andrew Smith's going to cop a safety license point penalty as well. It's the end of the season. We're handing them out. Samuel Sproul, lap 9 incident there.
Do they get a reset next season with the safety points? Do they carry over?
That's a very good question that I don't know the answer to. Adam Lavis would be the man to ask there, Nico.
Copy that.
In the meanwhile, we're on the last lap. White flag is out. We're on the run home, lap 11 of 11. Race 1 of round 10, 13th of the championship campaign in the Blackout Electrical Solutions Porsche Cup. Right here on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club across Facebook, Twitch and YouTube. Here comes Stephen Gallacher down the inside of Brett Bradbury to turn 1. Gallacher goes through into 18th. So even this late in the race, the battles continue. Guy Leach and Dane Snadden side by side. Whoa! Leach down the inside. Displaces Snadden. Moves up into 6th place. They're not going to catch Sproul and Smith, who are duking it out for 5th and 4th. Top 3 are stagnant. They're stationary. They're not going anywhere. Here's Adam Lavis and Dale Sharp.
I was just going to say there's good battle for P11 and P10 at the moment between Brett Barker and Dylan Shepherd. So Dylan's in P10 at the moment, so he'll get the invert.
Oh, very nicely done from Smith, keeping Sproul at bay. Main straight, checkered flag. Denchi's done it again. Tickle me surprised. They carry over until the same round in the next season, so any acquired today carry over until round 10 next term, and that's coming directly from Ben Woods in race control. Thanks, mate. Appreciate that. Appreciate how busy you are, but being able to answer the questions of the commentary team and booth at the same time, we do appreciate your hard work. Uh-oh, there's Russ Green bringing himself undone on the final lap. That looks like he's had some contact. Or a spin at the very least. Round he comes, lights it up. See you later. So Dench wins from Muir, Lazarus, Smith, then Sproul, Leach, Snadden, Wilson, Adams, Shepherd. That's the top 10. Shepherd gets the invert. Wilson just, for the sake of the discussion, will end up dropping down to 14th place in between Kai Ardley and Ben Pedersen on the overall result sheet once those numbers are crunched and that 10-second penalty is applied a little bit later on. It will cost him the win in the open split to Nick Wood. But it matters very little, as I said earlier, because of what happened to Adam Lavis. And we're mainly keeping an eye on that because Lavis is the only one really within an earshot of being able to deny Paul Wilson championship glory tonight. Matt Dench, the winner. 3.9 the winning margin. In fact, fairly spread out in the end. Leach and Snadden, Sproul and Smith, there was a good jockeying for position battle going on there. And then beyond that, it was Nick Wood and Jordan Malcolm, but they're not in the same class. Kai Ardley was a little bit behind Malcolm because after his incident with Benny Pedersen, and he's copped a warning for that, he ended up getting back by Pedersen later in the piece. Joe Baldwin, third home in class. Then Gallacher, Bradbury and Oliver with Russ Green making up the top 20. Over the page, it was Jared Knight. Geez, he can't take a trick at the moment. Tristan Koch, Brendan Van Ryn, Adam Lavis, on the subject of someone that can't take a trick. Our life member, Dale Sharp, Grant Gill, Michael Latta, and Pete Madsen has already parked up for the night. Ready to go for race 2. Top 10 invert. Everybody else starts exactly where they finished a few moments ago. Set to go now. Green away. Whoa, that was Dane Snadden, slow and sluggish off the line. Dench trying to keep his nose clear. Goes to the outside on the run down the Gardner straight towards Doohan Corner. Dench is already up at least a spot, maybe more. It's one for the moment. He's tucked in behind Sam Muir, their 9th and 8th respectively.
I tell you
Further
what,
back
Dylan,
we go. Oh, no.
who's off there?
Stephen
Brendan, yeah.
Gallacher has bitten the dust.
I tell you what, Dylan Shepherd got a great start there, so really good takeoff. He's got a little bit of a gap already, which is fantastic.
Joe Baldwin made a shot. Starters dropped 7 spots. Benny Patterson. Was that Benny Patterson? Yes, it was.
Oh, that
no.
is huge.
Look at this garbage. Look at this carnage. And safety car deployed, and rightly so. Safety car deployed, and rightly so, on the last night of the term. And that, one thing I will say to you now, Daniel, is you can get rid of the lap counter there at the top of the screen, because we won't be getting to 14 now that we've got the safety car out. I'll guarantee you that. We can just go back to the time count there. There we go. It was nice to know what we had in mind, but yeah, wishful thinking on that number. Dylan Shepherd's going to lead the field around ahead of Jeff Adams, Samuel Sproul, Paul Wilson, Corey Lazarus up 3 spots, Matt Dench 4, Brett Barker 4, Sam Muir, Jordan Malcolm up 4, Russ Green and Jared Knight up 10 respectively. 10 apiece. So too Brendan Van Ryn in 13th, and Kai Hardley up 2 spots. This is how it all went down. Ben Patterson just locked it up.
He did dodge everyone, though.
He did very well.
He did miss everyone, though. I'll give him that.
I think
He
everyone
missed
went out.
everybody.
Went
And
out
I
in-
think
everyone went out in sympathy.
I think, yeah, I was going to say the same thing, Nico. I think everybody's taken some sort of action because they've seen what's happened to Pedersen, and that's what's resulted in this. Oh, no, it was Grant. Oh,
Grant's hit the grass.
Yeah, Grant
Yeah.
hit the grass. That helped. That
Yeah.
didn't help, but there was garbage
There was
going
something
on
in front of him
him.
as well,
Dane
yeah.
Snadden, Andrew Smith. Yeah. And all that undid Pedersen's brilliant start. Pedersen was up 5 spots before all this garbage went down. And now, the incident happened just in front. Yeah. So, or just behind, rather. So there were 3 separate incidents in all of that. Pedersen somehow kept his nose clean. I got no idea how. He's the luckiest man in the server at the moment. And he'll be on a charge from 20th once the restart arrives. Nick Wood. Oh, Nick Wood was involved. Okay, so Wood into Snadden. Lavis was balked in that as well. Oh, geez. It's just been a wretched season finale for Adam Lavis. It's been one to forget. Guy Leach down 18 spots. Dane Snadden down 17 spots. Nick Wood down 12 spots. Andrew Smith down 18 spots. It's just horrible reading there. All 27 that started still running, Nico. I didn't even get a chance to pick apart the start of that and hand the praise out where it was due because all hell broke loose and upended all of the stat sheets. But Joe Baldwin lost 7 spots on that opening lap and all of a sudden found a way to make most of that up by the time he got down to Miller Corner. Ben Pedersen had 5 spots gained and then lost them all again. So, yeah, basically anyone that achieves something on that opening lap, it's all been brought undone. It's all gone up in smoke.
Oh. Yeah, absolutely. I think Dylan Shepherd would be a little bit annoyed. I suppose when you're the lead of a race like that, and he had a fantastic start. He probably had about 10 car lengths coming into what's that third corner. So he had a really good lead, so he would be quite disappointed that he's lost that in there behind safety cars. But hopefully he can have a good takeaway and get a little bit more space between himself and Jeff Adams and Samuel Sproul.
So it's a 21-minute race, this one. The first one 16, this one 21, and then 35, 36 minutes for the last one. The safety car takes us around at a very moderate tempo. We haven't seen the safety car much this year. It's not welcome at the best of times, but on this particular occasion, race control, Penny Woods had no choice but to throw it because, well, look at all the garbage that was unfolding. We're still trying to pick it apart. We started lap 3. Paul Wilson lost a spot in all of that. Samuel Sproul up 3. Corey Lazarus, Sam Muir, Matt Dench all up 3 apiece. Jordan Malcolm up 5. So they're the big winners out of all of that because they were able to avoid the garbage.
Safety car lights are out, so they'll go green at the end of this lap.
Oh, Nick Wood. So, interesting. Tristan Koch and Guy Leach they managed to come to pit lane and grab a fast repair and whatever else was required.
That was Grant.
They have
on the inside
rejoined in
there.
26th and 27th. Yeah, not sure how Grant ended up that far out in the grass. He had no one playing with him at the time.
I think
He's
he was
just ended
avoiding
up-
something in front of
Yeah.
him. He's just come through and pinball.
So, Dylan Shepherd, Jeff Adams. That's a great start for Jeff Adams. Kept his nose clean. Those two guys started front row. They've stayed there. And the longer this safety car period plays out, yes, I get it's only going to be 2 laps, but that's 2 laps in which Dench can't come after them. Sproul, Lazarus, Muir, Dench, Malcolm. So the only bad thing about a safety car, gentlemen, as we all know, and here it comes back towards pit lane this time by, is safety cars breed accidents. Now, and what I mean by that is these races are already fraught with danger at the best of times, but now the urgency intensifies because they've got less time to get the job done. They've only now got 11 laps in which to go about their business to try and undo that whole invert situation. Green flag flies at the island. Dylan Shepherd leads us back to the main straight. Let's get back to work. 14 minutes to go. So that's going to give us 10 laps from here. And I tell you what, they may, if they're lucky, they may just sneak in the full complement. We may still get to 14. Keep an eye on that. And it's only because we only had a 2-lap safety car and we got back to the line with more than 14 minutes on the clock. And a minute 30 seems to be that time marker. So watch the line at the end of lap 12. If there's a white flag flying, we're going to get cut a lap short. But if there's not, we're still going to somehow have a safety car and get full distance. Matt Dench in 6th place at the moment, trying to make light work of Corey Lazarus and Paul Wilson, but the road's blocked, the road's jammed. He's got no way through. Down the inside. Lazarus trying to get by Wilson, yep, and Dench goes with him as well for good measure. Now they're after Jeff Adams and Samuel Sproul. So Dench not mucking around here. He knows what's at stake. A clean sweep to put the icing on the cake. Beautiful move, Sam Muir down on the inside of Paul Wilson to Lukey Heights. Wilson's not going to force the issue. Muir will hold on around the outside and somewhat hold sway there. Consolidate the position. Very nicely done.
Oh, Dench
4
is
laps
off
gone,
wide.
10 to go. 1 minute 30.471 for Dylan Shepherd. Anyone in the 20? Oh, off we go. Anyone in the 21s at the moment? That's Guy Leach. Guy Leach doing some World Rally driving. No one in the 29s just yet. So keep an eye on that because that's the threshold. If we can get into the 29s, we get that 14th lap. If not, it gets flagged a lap short. It's always fraught with danger when you throw the safety car into the mix, Nico.
Yeah, and I know your opinion on time certain racing.
Yes,
Don't go there.
No, that and a few other things regarding time as well. Jeff Adams, all over the back, and Corey Lazarus like a cheap suit at the moment. Don't start me, Nico, too early in the night. Dylan Shepherd and Samuel Sproul leading us to Lukey Heights once more. We go back to Ben Pedersen, who's gained a couple of spots since that safety car interval ended, but not making anywhere near as light a work of the field as he did first up before he went straight on at Miller Corner. Not sure whether that was a brake failure or something horrible and untoward, but whatever the case, he's been in the drama and in the thick of it from the outset tonight has Ben Pedersen. A season to forget for the Blackout stable when you think about how it all went up in smoke last week at Spa. Oh no, there we go. Smith and Van Ryn both off the road. Smith rejoins. So does Van Ryn. Van Ryn loses out to Snadden. 1:29.833 for Jared Knight. Up 14 spots already. Knight the big mover of this second race. What are your observations so far, Daniel Carrier? Off goes Brett Barker in the meantime.
Well, there's just so many moves being made, but it seems as though people are so eager to get around that final turn, they forget where the black stuff stops and the grass starts. Now, the only thing is, and we will go back to watch some of these, but the only thing is, thanks to the new iRacing update, they can save themselves doing that. Because normally, if you're out there, that's it, game over, you're hitting the wall.
Yep.
But now, because the grass and the sand and the gravel actually work, you can stop yourself. And so when you see these types of incidents where they go wide here, they can come back onto the circuit and it's perfectly fine. And so they're very, very lucky in that instance. See, he goes out. Look at this. The car doesn't slide. It doesn't move. Nothing. He slows down. He comes back on. And there's another one here, which is Brendan at the back here. Look at this. You go wide and watch. Basically, you go off. Look at this. No slide. No nothing.
No,
Just correct it. Back onto the track.
no invoice to pay.
Yeah, previously you'd be in the wall.
Oh, it's
Yep, no
ice.
control.
It's ice. You go.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, the sand is there because it's a different color palette. It did nothing, right? But now it does. So there is pro and con. The pro being now you don't have to worry about the pesky walls. If you've got the runoff, it's actual runoff. But the con is that race control now have extra work to do because now you can sort of dip your tires into the grass and maybe you get a bit of extra turn in on certain corners.
Mm-hmm. Maybe we need to reduce the number of incident points then. You know?
Say, whoa, whoa, whoa.
Whoa, whoa. I'm
Baby
having a look
steps.
at Matty Dench at the moment. He's certainly using all of the track and a little bit more at some stages. I think Matty's worked out there's still some grip out there if you need it. He's just about to take Corey Lazarus, though, coming up to P3, so doing a great job.
There he is, right up on the inside as they go down towards NG.
Corey Lazarus in fourth place at the moment, all over the back of Matt Dench. Samuel Sproul has gone to the lead on the inside of Dylan Shepherd on the run to the main straight. So very nicely done from Sproul to get by Shepherd. Now, was that tactical? Was that tactical? Whoa, I tell you what, Shepherd was trying to make life as extremely difficult as possible for Dench, but Dench wasn't having a bar of it. He'll run side by side down the outside to turn one and look to hold the inside for two. Dench and Shepherd, they were locking horns, they were rubbing panels, but Dench gets the job done.
That's some great driving by both drivers there. So giving each other enough room and a little bit of panel-to-panel rubbing, a bit of door bashing, you'd call it, but fantastic driving by both drivers. Oh, Dylan's
Jeez.
Wow.
Oh, wide goes Dench, he's being forced out there, hung out to dry. Can he get down the inside? Yes, he can. Back into second he goes. Shepherd not making life easy for him at the moment. No, Corey Lazarus working there as well. Sproul's got an advantage of 1.4 seconds at the moment. We're on lap 8 of, we think it'll be either 14 or 13 because of that safety car. It's scheduled to be 14. Shepherd back down the inside to Mookie Heights. You don't normally pass there. And now he'll germ it down the inside and make Dench go the long way round through MG. And Dench is up to the fight. Have a look at that. Down the inside he goes. No, Shepherd chops him off. Shepherd chops him off and says, I'm having none of that right now, mate. How good. How good. Round they come onto the main straight and look at Lazarus right there as well as messing with Denchy. Oh, you, Phillip Island, wouldn't disappoint. Good value for money on September 14, 2023. Down the inside to one. Dench holds sway in third. Looking for a way back by Shepherd. This is helping Samuel Sproul at the moment, but the championship's done. The championship is done. Dench had to not turn up tonight, and Sproul had to win everything and all the bonuses. Dench is the champion. We know that already. Mathematically, it was beyond any sort of reasonable doubt coming into the round. But now it's a foregone conclusion. Uh-oh. He's been hung out to dry there. Lazarus wants a piece of it. You don't normally see the number one have to work this bloody hard.
Oh, he's been tapped there, like
it's a nice change of pace.
It's good to see him under some pressure. Actually, it's fantastic.
Absolutely.
And you know what? He'll handle it because he really just has to. He doesn't have to finish the race, does he? Based on the numbers, but I'm sure he's enjoying it as well. A bit of competition pushing him. He'd love it. It'd be good to get him into the broadcast room after the race and just see his opinion of this race. So,
I'll tell you what, though, of all the ways to finish this off, GT1's at Bathurst, and Porsche Cup and Porsche Cup at Phillip Island, mate.
Nick Wood's going to get a safety licence point penalty for the contact with Dane Snadden on lap 1. Down the main straight we go, and still have a look at the weaving and the slicing and dicing going on here at the moment. The gamesmanship. Corey Lazarus for Racing Room with Guy Leach on lap 1 is out of the fight here anyway because he's got a 5-second invoice coming his way. That'll drop him down behind Muir, Adams, Knight, and maybe even Wilson as well.
I don't really know if Denchi can catch up with Samuel. Obviously, there's some good defensive driving there from Dylan, trying to give Samuel the win. So, being teammate. So, look, if Denchi can, what have we got? 5 minutes to go, roughly. What's that? 3 laps.
So next time by the line, I'm just trying to do the numbers here, boys. This is lap 10. We're expiring at 21 minutes. This is lap 10. I think it's going to be 11, 12, 13, and that's it.
Yep.
But I'm going to keep an eye on the clock as they come across the line. Keep an eye on the clock as they come across the line because at the moment they're clocking 1 minute 30.2. Dench down the inside, not going to get it done, but trying to keep Lazarus at bay in the meantime. Keep an eye on Samuel Sproul. Can we have a look at him?
Yep. I've got him on screen on mine. So.
Whoa! And he was flirting with the line of adhesion there as well. Round onto the main straight. Here they come. Across the line. 3, 2, 1. There he goes. There's the line there. 17.28. I tell you what, it's perilously close. It's perilously close. All right. So last time round went a minute 30.6. Dench down the inside! Dench down the inside of Shepard to turn 1. Thanks for coming. Shepard back down the inside into the southern loop and we'll hold the line. That'll invite Lazarus into the fight down on the inside. Dench being hung out to dry on the exit of Luke over the southern loop and nearly contact with Lazarus as well. Lazarus gets through to third. It'll amount to nothing because he's got a 5-second penalty coming his way, but try telling him that at the moment. Dench around the outside to Miller corner. Can't get it done. Look at the fighting behind them. Jeff Adams and Sam Muir going toe-to-toe. Dench is 4th.
Oh, Jeff Adams locked it up.
Adams has put it in the grass, recovered it nicely. Out of the fight, sits 7th. The gloves are off at the island. That's the way we like it on a Thursday night.
It's Blackout 1, 2, 3.
But not for long. Not for long. Corey Lazarus has got a 5-second invoice coming his way.
Yeah, I need like 17 eyes. The board is just red. And I'm doing my best. We've got 5 cars here. 5 cars. Samuel Sproul's out in front, 2 seconds. He wants these guys to keep fighting. It just gives him more and more time at the front. Dylan Shepard's made a nice little gap there. He's like...
2 laps to go, gentlemen. 2 laps to go.
2.
So we will fall 1 short. 2 laps to go.
Oh, here we go.
Round to turn 1. Lazarus and Dench, and Dench hanging on around the outside. Have a look at the commitment from the number 1. Sam Muir down the inside, wanting a piece of it as well. So we'll get to 13, we won't get to 14. Forget about 14, we're not getting there. It'll be half a minute to go when they get back to the line. White flag, 13 laps instead of 14. We knew we were going to lose 1. It was just a matter of when we were able to confirm that. That is now down the outside. Have a look at him. 3 wide into Miller corner.
Oh, there was nowhere to go!
Denchi's got into the side of Corey Lazarus. Lazarus already had a 5-second invoice coming his way. Now Ben Woods has got more work to adjudicate on.
I think that Lazarus on his own just locked the rear brakes.
Let's have a look at a replay if we can on board with Denchi, see if there was any contact whatsoever between those two. Dench has now got a free crack at Shepard without the pressure lurking from Lazarus. Let's go. Lazarus was down the outside and Dench was moving across to cover it off. Tell you what.
Oh, you know, you might be onto something, Nico. I think you might be onto something. Yep.
Just braked himself.
Oh, well picked up, Nico, if that's the case.
They were close,
Jeez.
but I think you might be on it. I
Yeah.
think he did, in fact, lock up, just trying to break it
How-
later on the outside.
How in Christ's name Matt Dench has withstood the pressure from these boys is beyond me. Sproul takes the white flag. Dench goes down the inside of Shepherd. Dench down the inside of Shepherd to turn 1 to Doohan corner. Gotcha! Gotcha! And Racecraft 101 to just block him on the run through and run him wide. Muir's run himself wide. Muir's put it off the road.
Gotta
And a
watch the
sitting
rejoin.
duck there because look at how the grass just pulled him up. Muir's dropped to 9th. Lazarus 7th in all of that with a 5-second invoice coming his way. That will drop him down at the moment to below Dane Snadden in 12th place. We'll watch that situation. It is fluid. 129.524. Jared Knight up 17 spots. 17 spots. Jared Knight is 4th
Great
with a
drive.
real chance to have a crack at it in race 3. And what a season finale we're set up for. The championship's been decided, but the gloves are going to be off. Corey Lazarus sitting there 7th at the moment.
Oh, Dylan Shepard's just binned it coming into Lukey
I
Heights.
know. Oh, no. Oh, I tell you what a stoic defence until then from Dylan Shepherd. Samuel Sproul's going to get the job done. Matt Dench is going to finish 2nd. The two championship combatants will line up side by side for the season finale at the gateway to hypothermia. Sproul gets net code. Sproul gets a rare win over Matt Dench. But he had some assistance in the form of brilliant defence work from Dylan Shepherd. Dench 2nd, Knight
Jared
3rd. So Knight up 18 spots now with that
What a
glass
drive.
slap incident for
What a
Dylan
drive.
Shepherd. Adams, Wilson, Lazarus, Malcolm, Muir, and Pedersen the top 10. Lazarus will... Oh, there goes Ross Green off the road as well. Oh, that's after the line. That's okay. Forget about me. I was getting all excited then for a moment. No reason to get excited after all of that. Checkered flag flies. Not that you can see, Barney. Prick's knocked off early as per usual.
Look at Paul Wilson finishing
and-
6th place, though.
Yeah, great recovery from Paul Wilson. So they can't take that one off him. They can take the first one off him, but they can't take that one off him. Paul's got one hand on the championship now in the open split. Sproul, brilliant. Dench, brilliant. Knight, phenomenal. Got the job done to finish on the podium after Dylan Shepherd's last lap incident. Now, can we have a look at the results of that race, please? Thank you, sir. Well done, Daniel. So Corey Lazarus was the one that we wanted to have a look at. It was a 5-second penalty or a 10-second? 5. So that's going to drop him down 6.867 to behind Dane Snadden. So he's going to drop to 12th. He's going to drop to 12th. Joe Baldwin, can you believe the drama tonight at the Island? How good's this been?
Oh, I tell you what, it's a real challenge around here in this car. It's I don't know. I'm having a lot of fun. Seem to be mixed up with the elite guys. People are making mistakes early on the cold tyres, which we've seen in that race really, really badly with 2 big incidents on lap 1, and so some of the faster guys ended up in the back of the bus, and when they sort of come up to pass me down at the first hairpin there, I think 3 guys outbrake themselves and speared off. So it's a real challenge here when you get offline and you're too tight. It's just Porsche doing Porsche things, right?
Absolutely. But the gloves are off tonight, and the racing's been phenomenal. Porsche doing Porsche things, along with battles being sorted out, people getting the gloves off because it's the last one of the term, scores to settle, all that sort of stuff. It's been phenomenal. What are your expectations for race 3, mate?
Expectations for race 3, I'm actually going to go a little bit easier for the first half of the race, because I think if you knock the tyres around, you're going to be history at the end of the race, and it's too much of an invoice to pay to change tyres during the stop. So I think if guys up the front, the A-lanes, they can go for it, but I might probably knock the pace back a little bit, just try and save the tyres towards the end of the race if I can. My biggest challenger in the championship, Gallacher, I've managed to finish in front of him the last 2 races, so if I can finish within a position or 2 in the open class of him in the 3rd one, it should see me good to lock up 3rd in the championship.
Warm-up's done, Joe. Go and line up on the grid, mate. Get ready to rock and roll. 35 minutes to wait. We'll talk to you at the end.
Thank you, guys.
We couldn't do this, ladies and gentlemen, well, without the drivers firstly putting on a show. Let's be perfectly honest. Let's congratulate them for the phenomenal show they've put on thus far, but we also wouldn't be able to do it without Waste Options, Orbic Australia, Blackout Electrical Solutions, Login Systems, Astute Finance, Fisher and Door Lawyers, and Flash Graphics. Sproul and Dench the front row, Knight Shepherd the second row, Adams Wilson the third row, Wilson by far and above the best of the open split tonight, Lazarus Malcolm the fourth, Sam Muir, Ben Patterson the fifth, Brendan Van Ryn. I'll answer your question a little bit later on. Russ Green, Dane Snadden, Andrew Smith, Brett Bradbury, then Brett Barker, Nick Wood, Joe Baldwin, Stephen Gallacher, Adam Lavis, and Guy Leach, the top 20. Michael Ladder and Dale Sharp from 11, Grant Gill, Brendan Van Ryn from 12, Dave Oliver, Tristan Koch from 13, Kai Arthey, Pete Nuts, and Brendan Whitaker already parked up for the night. 35 minutes to wait at the gateway to hypothermia, the final one of Term 3. 2023, Week 10, Night 4, platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. We're ready to rock and roll from the island. Lights on. Lights out, away we go. Great start from Samuel Sproul. Beautiful start, Jared Knight. There'll be 3 wide on the run down to Doan Corner in just a moment. Whoa, Knight had no choice but to tuck in behind Samuel Sproul, who got across not only to cover him off, but also Dunch as well. First 4 wireless turn. Single file. To the southern loop we go. Trucker. That's not the word he was using, but there'll be a UCK in there somewhere. Jordan Malcolm sitting there in 9th. At the moment, a nice clean start on the run down to turn 4 to Miller Corner. So, of course, Doan Corner turn 1. The Gardner straight. Oh, geez, nearly a little bit of garbage, but we narrowly avoided it. That's very nicely done. Everybody so far somewhat keeping their nose clean. And Grant Gill sitting there in 26th place at the moment, the last of the runners. Through the hay shed. So, turn 1, Doan Corner. Turn 2, Southern Loop. Turn 3, Stoner Corner. Turn 4, Miller Corner. Turn 5, Siberia. Then the hay shed 6, 7. Lukey Heights, where we are now, turn 8. Now down to MG. Off goes Dylan Shepherd in the background as well. So that just puts the full stop on the turd for him, unfortunately. I've missed one in there. So, the kink out of Miller Corner is 5, and then Siberia is 6. So, 7, 8, the hay shed, 9 is Lukey Heights, 10 is MG, and then 11 and 12 we're yet to give a name to. Not that I would have named turn 4 after Jack Miller, or at least let him win a world championship first, but that's another story. Down the main straight we go, another lap gone, and Samuel Sproul, the fastest off the line, 1 minute 38.029. Whoa, Russ Green has hung Dane Sudden out to dry at turn 1, but he gathered it up. Sam Muir was on pit road as well, so that's disappointing for Sam, and he's rejoined. So there was no stop there, so maybe Muir's had a jump start or a penalty to serve. I'm not sure, but Sam Muir has been into and out of pit lane again and down 16 spots. Dylan Shepherd down 20. This fight, no further action. Dylan Shepherd and Matt Dench on lap 1. But this fight is already contributing to a rate of attrition, and there goes Jared Knight. Jared Knight has fallen off the road and dropped down 21 spots. Michael Ladder now off the road. I'm just watching the off-track alerts at the moment, Nico. I'm not even terribly sure what's going on the race screen. There's Ben Pedersen in 12th. I'm literally watching, and Daniel, you'll have to jump in here because Nico's gone off to top up the wine bottle, I think. Just off-track alerts left, right and centre at the moment. Dylan Shepherd down 16, Jared Knight down 20, Sam Muir down 16. Goes Dave Oliver again. Samuel Sproul, the leader. Corey Lazarus has got by Denchi. Denchi sits 3rd, but we know how Denchi operates in these longer 35-minute races. 26 laps ahead of us here, boys. 26 laps. We know that Denchi will just tuck in behind, save a little bit of juice, and make it up in pit lane.
Yeah, definitely. Everybody going into Miller Corner. I think everyone's just cooking it way too early. And a ton of people going off. That's what all the alerts were. It was actually everybody going off one way or another through Miller Corner. But again, there's a little bit more forgiveness here from the grass, so nothing too serious. But as you said, Matt Dench tucking in nicely. I think he just got past Lazarus. There he is as we go to turn 4. Lazarus will have the inside, but I feel like Matt might be able to put more power. No, actually, Lazarus did a great exit there. Cut him off. So he will retain P2 for now. As we see Jeff Adams fighting with Andrew Smith at the back.
I think Denchi's just biding his time at the moment. He's, as you said, he's just he'll probably do the fuel saving and have a really quick pit stop and get out in front of these guys. And wouldn't surprise me that after the pit stop filter out, he'll be in P1.
We're right on board with the great man at work now. Russ Green off the circuit as well. Down the main straight we go. 4.5 minutes gone. Lap 4 now of 26 here at the island. The race down to turn 1. Dench around the outside. Dench around the outside. Dench says to Corey Lazarus, if you want to send me the long way, I'm happy to take that route. And covers off on the inside towards the southern line, but around Lazarus. He gathered it up, not before losing possessions to Andrew Smith and Jeff Adams. Corey Lazarus forcing the issue with Matty Dench and coming up second best.
I can't believe that Matty Dench wasn't affected by that, because from the replay, I'm actually on board at the moment, or just behind in the re-chase view with Matty Dench, and Lazarus was tapping his rear quarter, and yeah, Matty just hang on to it really well. So amazing driving there from Matty.
Oh. Yeah, look at that.
Tap, tap, and then just hung on to it.
Oh boy. 28-8, the Knights got the better of the Tigers in Thursday night NRLW, just quietly as well, gentlemen. For everybody tuning in at home, if NRLW is your thing, there was a Thursday night primetime game tonight. That's the last one of the season. There will be 2 Saturday night games as a result of the NRL semi-final being played in the daytime in Auckland. So make sure you tune in for that. And then, of course, another weekend of action next weekend will be the knockout semi-finals and then the grand final day for the NRL men. Davis Cup coming up very shortly. Australia up against France as well. So a big night on the wide world of sports. Once we're done here, tune in there and enjoy the tennis from Manchester. Paul Nichols, Daniel Correa-Zar and Zach Cabin with you for the final night of the term on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. Here comes Adam Lavis under pressure to turn 1. And losing out to Dylan Shepherd, who's trying to recover, trying to salvage what might have been after running wide on the opening lap. 6.5 minutes gone. Plenty of drama already. Matt Dench trailing Samuel Sproul by half a second. Smith, Adams, Lazarus, Malcolm. Big movers so far include Smith up 9 spots, Guy Leach up 11 spots, and Christian Koch up 8 spots. Nothing else worth talking about beyond that, except in the loss column, and there's plenty in double digits there. Jared Knight 12, Sam Muir 12, Dylan Shepherd 9, almost as bad. And yeah, it's been a night for it. Grant Gill now off the road. Sam Muir the fastest lap of the race, 1:29.511, also on a reconnaissance mission. Oh,
Based on Jared Knight's last race, hopefully he can come back from that position after dropping a few spots. So he certainly was the biggest mover last race, so opportunity for him to show the style again. Just looking at Matty Dench, the way he's millimetre perfect, the way he places his car is just incredible. He's got a draft now as well, so he's picking up some pace on Sproul in front of him.
And sets the fastest lap, 1:29.326. Look at the
right
exit.
on board with Dench. Look at the pace. Look at the pace. Oh!
Squeezed.
Just barely hung onto it there. There was nothing in that. That could have been disastrous. That could have been enormous. So, Sproul defending as though his life depends on it, but I've got news for you, mate. The championship's over. It's done. 15-second penalty for Ben Patterson on Jared Knight on lap 2. That's fair. And that just about brings Patterson's night to a very disappointing end. And we'll need to actually have a look at that incident again, I think. Matt Dench, 1:29.327, fastest lap of the race. Oh, Jeff Adams nearly leaving the door open for Andrew Smith. Smith nearly went for a gap that wasn't there. Down they come again. Oh, the squeeze job, the squeeze job. there's a few of these blokes. Ben Pedersen's just throwing it away off the track again. And Dane Snadden's going to get a 15-second penalty for an unsafe rejoin. We're not sure exactly what incident at the moment. There's that many of them that we're trying to keep up. Benny Woods is doing a nice job of it in race control. I don't know about that. Rather him than me. Pedersen off and out of the race. And down the inside.
Oh!
No contact and gone! Jeff Adams has been set. And then Andrew Smith, in a degree of karma, he goes with him. What the hell is going on tonight at the island? What are these blokes smoking? Have a look at this. Bang!
Oh.
Now, did Adams get him on the follow-through? Did Adams get him on the follow? Oh, there's more garbage. There's more garbage. Paul Wilson, the leader of the Open Championship, he got caught up in that as well. We'll need a second look at that. Where was the contact? There. Bang.
Yeah.
There had to have been contact. Even if there was net code, it was going to be contact. And, oh, jeez. Not sure who it was that had nowhere to go there. I think it was Brett Barker. But, by gee, it was good recovery from Barker. But something about Phillip Island and these blokes being off the chain, off the Richter. And it's delivered again. There might be, it might be a dead rubber sort of capacity, this race. But try telling these guys that.
While that's been going on, guess who's in front?
I'll take Matthew Dench for 500, Alex.
At $1 and 1 to 1, I might add. Down the main straight we go. And if you are having a punt, do it responsibly. Down the main straight. Lap 8 of 26. Dench has found his way to the front and amongst all of that. Oh, try picking this night apart, fair dinkum. Don't forget to stay with us once we're done, ladies and gentlemen. This is the 37-minute feature race. A 37-minute feature race. There will be a splash and dash component to it. Once we're done here, we reveal what you can look forward to on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. And to be honest, if you dish up Mount Panorama and Phillip Island all night, every week of the term, no one would be disappointed based on what we've had tonight. The full complement of what we're bringing you in term 4. Starting Monday, September 25. It'll be the first night, actually. I'm going to make two statements here. Andrew Smith on a reconnaissance mission at the moment, down into 13th. It'll be the first night of a term that I haven't been in the broadcast booth since season 1. So there's a little bit of drought-breaking tradition going on there, because I'm going to be at the Sydney Opera House watching Delta Goodrem. So unfortunately, when it comes to Delta, everyone else is 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 15th. So I'm going to the Opera House. The season launches without me for the first time since season 1 back in COVID 2020. Right, I was here for the start of term 2, 3, etc., and so forth. So, the season launches Monday, September 25. Jared Knight running wide. Or was it? No. My apologies. I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself. It is a similar colour car though. Behind Joe Baldwin, I think it might be Christian Koch. My apologies. I thought that was 90. Oh, jeez. Although that being said, Knight's had a shocker in every sense of the word, though. He hasn't had the best run. He's sitting 11th at the moment. So after finishing 4th in that previous race, he got caught up. He got served up, actually, by Shepherd on the opening in the opening laps of this race. There goes Smith down the inside to 12th. So far, Ben Pedersen's in pit lane. I don't think he's going anywhere. Whoa! Brendan Van Rin's parked up. He's done for the night. Dave Oliver is out there a lap down. Grant Gill's stopped. Michael Ladder and Brett Bradbury have stopped. No one else yet. Everyone else still yet to stop. Now, in saying all of that, so yes, I wanted to say two things there. One, season launches Monday, September 25. Finishes the last week of November. I think November 30 rings a bell as our final broadcast night of the year. So I hope you can join us for all of that. I was talking earlier when we were at Mount Panorama about how lovely it was to be back down there over Easter and how much I enjoyed that experience being down there for the 6 hour. Not as much ammunition, not as much incentive or appeal to go back there next season. It's still an ARG event, but it's not part of the Speed Series. 2, I don't have any commentary work. But the only thing that'll get me across the line, boys, I'll happily go there and do it for nothing, is because it'll get me out of Queensland during the final few days of the daylight saving window. So I'm all for going to Mount Panorama at Easter next year just for that alone.
Bingo.
Yeah, I was just about to say, crap, where's my marker?
Where's your cards, boys? You should be better organised than that by now. You know, I'm just going to throw it in there for the sake of filling up the bingo card. Come to expect the unexpected. How's he going to weave it in tonight? Lap 10 of 26, very nicely done, I thought. Lap 14 and a half minutes gone, lap 10 of 26. Hope you're enjoying the show. And Grant Gill, if he wasn't out on circuit, would have actually already been writing BINGO on the comments thread there for us as well. He's done it a few times before. Paul Wilson hung out to dry there as Jared Knight. Oh, no, hang on. No, that's Nick Wood. No, sorry. No, Paul Wilson's 16th. My apologies. Where did I see 10? He's 16th. He's fending off Joe Baldwin at the moment. I've got my specs on tonight. I've got no excuse.
You
for
might be looking at
mixing up
10
and
positions
16.
down.
Yeah, I think I am. Thank you. Correct. I looked at 10 and I just ran with it. Thank you, Daniel Correa-Sar. So he's got Joe Baldwin for company there at the moment, and just ahead of them is Russ Green, Sam Muir, and Dale Shah. Back at the top end of town, Brett Barker's got company in the form of Dane Snadden, Dylan Shepherd, Jeff Adams, and Jared Knight, all in the battle for 6th. Matthew Dench has punched out a 29.8 to accompany the 29.327 that was the fastest lap of the race earlier in the piece. He's opened up the advantage to 5.46 seconds. Dale Sharp, Joe Baldwin have come to pit lane. Oh, take a breath. There's plenty happening out there.
How good's Matty Dench though? Clean air, like he's putting 5 seconds, 5.5 seconds on Samuel Sproul behind him. Like that's in 3 laps. So it's pretty amazing his pace and the way he's so consistent.
I'm telling you, check the man's drink bottle. Does the hose go? Does it go to his mouth, or does it go to the manifold? And if it goes to the manifold, does it have nitrous in the bottle? Seriously, if he has no competition in front, his Porsche is somehow lighter, faster, and way more agile.
He has. I mean, I'm actually not on board. I'm sitting in a rear chase with him, and he is millimeter perfect, just everywhere.
Practice, imagine, right?
Absolutely, yeah. He's just a consummate professional in this game. Well, not game. It's not a game. We can't say it's a game.
No, it's not a game. It's a sim.
It's a sim.
How many
Pitchforks down,
times
people.
have we been
Pitchforks
there?
down. It's all right. We get it.
Oh, no.
Hey,
that being said, I haven't
he's
ended the
perfection.
broadcast with the words "game over" for a while, but I might do that tonight on Internet.
Game over. Zach Sports, game over.
Adam Laver sitting 17th at the moment. What might have been for him with regards to this championship fight? He's the 4th in group at the moment. But the man that he was needing to beat tonight, Paul Wilson, is sitting up the road in 14th, 2nd in class. Dench leads 6.5 seconds, just making it look easy. What will the winning margin be? I think that's what we stick around for now,
So
just to find out how emphatic it is.
Well, they haven't taken a pit stop, so I'm going to say at checkered flag, Dench will be out by 15 seconds.
I was going to say the same. 15.
15, I
Maybe
reckon.
20. Yeah, 15
And
or 20.
another thing, too, is just think about, right, what we've seen today with the production cars at Bathurst and with the Porsche Cup here in Phillip Island, yeah? And then imagine it with rain.
Well, correct. Absolutely.
Correct.
Like,
You got a
it's-
wicked sense of humour, Daniel, but I
It's
like it.
coming.
I like it.
And I'm so for it.
So is Christmas.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's fan, and we've been talking about rain for the last 3 years on iRacing, so
Yeah.
I cannot wait because it's going to change the whole strategy. It's going to change. Are we going to have a radar? Are we going to have, what is going on?
You
If
won't
you're waiting
have...
for-
Really interesting.
However long you've been waiting for the rain, I think you'll be waiting as long after that for the radar, Nico. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, you won't have a radar from iRacing, but you can bet that all of the third-party
be
apps
real
will probably
world.
develop one if it's available. The other thing to take into account as well, as we just see Dylan Shepherd move up into P7 there. The other thing to take into account as well is the reason why they're taking their time is because, one, they're not doing it as just like a band-aid patch
Throw
up
it out there.
like a update to the game. They're doing a proper model. For example, in the showcase that they did during the stream, they said that they're developing proper weather fronts, which means if you're racing on a track like the Nürburgring, one part of the circuit could be
Correct, could be
wet
wet,
conditions,
yep,
and the other part could be dry. So not only does rain introduce a whole bunch of strategy, now you've got to deal with both, because you're going to shred those tires in dry conditions. So I am all for it, and not to mention I'm all for it because I'm behind the button desk, right? I don't have to drive in it.
Correct.
So
Until you
I get
do.
to watch the chaos until I do, right? But I'm not counting that. I'm just saying I get to watch the chaos unfold, and
that's
yeah,
that's the amazing thing. You watch some of the Bathurst, you know, the 1000s, is that unpredictability of the track. Like it can be wet up the top and dry down the bottom. So that's what's
and
cool
let's not forget, it will be a fresh start for everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Yes, maybe you can have some wet weather from Assetto Corsa and other sims, but it'll be different on iRacing. It's a different tyre model. God knows we've heard how many arguments about that. So we're bringing in a tyre model update, which they've already announced is coming. There'll be rain. You'll have a wet weather tyre, which will have its own dynamics. And so everyone will be starting fresh across the board. Now, Dench has enjoyed the experience buffer and the dominance, but that might just even the field. And not to mention, everyone's catching him. Slowly but surely, they're catching him. And so I think we could be in for a couple of seasons coming up when all of this comes about.
It'd be interesting to see what you could do from setting up a survey. You can obviously have real world weather or predictable weather, or you can. I'm not sure. I haven't set up servers for a long time. So once they introduce rain, from a server perspective, from an admin perspective, how you set the server up. So that'll be really, really interesting how that process will go, because obviously in the official racing it will be dynamic, I'd say. From setting up a server from an admin's point of view, will it be dynamic, or will you have the ability to say what might be 10% rain, it might be a percentage of this, it might be whatever the options are. That'll be really cool to see.
Down the main straight, lap 15 of 26. Dylan Shepherd sitting in 7th place at the moment. Dane Stadden's in pit lane. 14 of the top 15 yet to stop. Stadden being the exception.
Thought he might have got in there. That was such a sharp entry.
Brett Parker.
But Dylan Shepherd pulled it out there at the last second. I thought he'd go on the inside, but I reckon if he had kept that acceleration, the rear probably would have let go. So it's a smart move there from Dylan. And we are now at 9.6 seconds on lap 15.
15 to go. What's that in laps? You got one, what are they doing? 130s? 128s?
Fast. Last lap was a 129.7 from Matty Dench, so that's so cracked.
What's that, Zaculator? About 8 laps, roughly?
8 laps of... Sorry, Nico, I missed the point.
Yeah, 15 to go.
Yeah, 15 minutes to go. So
130s roughly.
Yeah, look, to be honest with you, the 26 number will be bang on. Adam Lavis has crunched the numbers there, and it's calculated a rundown pit lane. So, I mean, you look at the clock there, 22:49. We just started lap 16. That's 11 to go. Hang on to it. Very nicely done from Jared, from Brett Barker, I should say, in 7th place. Jared Knight lurking in the distance, and then of course Jeff Adams and Sam Muir. No, we'll be right, because we've got 14 minutes to go. We've got 11 laps to go, and Dench is already halfway through that. So when he gets back to the line, 10 laps. Ooh, actually, no. Good point. Somewhat, yeah. I'm all of a sudden second guessing my mathematics here. I'm actually second guessing the lap counter. I'm not second guessing the mathematics, because I just naturally assumed Adam Lavis would have done his sums right, because he knows how often I bag him about it this time of year.
26 doesn't work, does it?
No, it doesn't. No, you're right. Sorry, I've got real world motorsport conversations going on in the background here in the booth tonight, so I'm a little bit sidetracked. But the big news actually, and this is part of it. What about Speedway in New South Wales? It's in turmoil at the moment because they've shut the gates to the Eastern Creek Speedway a year into its bloody lifespan. So we feel for our mates in New South Wales at the moment, but there's some people there that rightly should be hurled over some coals and have some questions to answer, because the entire summer of Speedway is now in jeopardy. So Lazarus, Malcolm and Shepherd to pit lane. So 10 laps is 15 minutes, so 20 gets you to 30, and then 7 after that. I think it's going to be 24, gentlemen. 25 at most. I think we're going to be 1 lap short of that 26. 25 at most, and it's in the hands of the race leader, Matt Dench, as to whether we get there that far or not, because with 12 minutes to go and 37 minutes on the counter, look, 36 would get you to 24, right? So the minute leeway you've got there essentially makes up for any lap that is more than 90 seconds in length, and also pit lane transit times. So if those two align nicely, you'll get 25, but you won't get 26. You will not get 26. And we lost a lap earlier because of the safety car too. So it hasn't been a very good night for those of us that like to do our mathematics based on the lap counter. Very nicely done from you, Daniel Correa. Just a subtle change to the top of the totem pole. Matt Dench, the leader. Does he come to pit lane this time by, or does he come round onto the main straight? I think he'll come round onto the main straight. Yes, he does. It'll cross the line we go to complete lap 17. Samuel Sprouter pit lane, already trailing by over 10 seconds on Dench as he goes to pit lane. And then Tristan Koch is haggling here. Tristan Koch is haggling Michael Ladder at the moment. And down the inside into 20th place. So no, my apologies, gentlemen. I heard you talking, but but it was one of those instances where I could hear you talking, I just wasn't comprehending it.
You weren't listening.
I am not what you'd call a multitasker at the best of times. I've got the shortest attention span in the world. How I've managed to sit here for 14 seasons is bloody well beyond me. But anyway,
it's a testament to your resilience. That's the word.
Resilience is one word for it. Yeah, stupidity might be another. No. We've had fun. Some nights have been far better than others in this broadcast booth. But one thing's for certain: we always rock up with the intention of having a good time. And Nico, to think that, I mean, we're still doing it 14 seasons down the line. That's a big tip of the hat. It's 3.5 years now. It's 3.5 years. It was April 2020 when this thing launched. Hard to believe. And I was there very early on in that season, not right at the outset, but very early on, maybe week 2, week 3. It was because I know Easter was in there somewhere, and I think I came in the Friday after Easter. And it's interesting because as we see Matt Dench now come to pit lane at the end of lap 18, it's testament to the, the foresight of people like yourself, Joe Baldwin, all the originals. And Nick Fodiatis needs to be included in that as well. But this thing got up and running and got off the ground, and to think that it's survived the pandemic, well, to be honest, it was our escape from the pandemic and all the stupidity associated with that. Don't get me started. But then to still somewhat generate interest from competitors, viewers, commentators, sponsors alike in a post-COVID world, as everyone's getting back to normal and not able to commit as much time as they used to, speaks volumes of what we've been able to do for 14 seasons.
Yeah, look, absolutely. Hats off to all the admin and committee members, broadcasters, commentators. It's been an amazing journey. I think, like myself, I drop out for a while and do my own thing, and then come back and go, I really miss this. I love it. It's really good fun, and it's one of those things that you see the quality of the drivers. We have some real world race drivers that jump in and have a go, and you get the quality of people like Matty Dench and but also like the amateurs like myself and Maddo, and we just love racing and love the competition. So the club's always been about that, is having fair. And I think one of the really important things is race control. I think when we initially started the club up, was having a real world simulation of what goes on in the real world. So we've had people like Nick Goring jump on board and
Yep.
race control. So it's amazing that we get real world race controllers that jump in and assist us. So it's been a fantastic journey.
It's who you know, not what you know, and you notice the more and more we go along here, just how small the motorsport world can be. I mean, you look at the involvement of guys from New South Wales and Queensland that race in the real world, Victoria as well, South Australia too. No, it's been terrific, and then obviously for someone like Nick Goring, who was starved of real world motorsport there for a while, he got his fix here. We all got the fix of the addictive drug here. It's been great.
And also
down the inside. Oh, hang on, Brett Barker. Jeez, I tell you what, he had Jared Knight lurking dangerously, and couldn't get it done. They're all after Dylan Shepherd at the moment, who's had a turd of a night. Let's be honest. And he's just hoping to keep his nose clean between here and the checkered flag. He's already got an invoice coming his way after the race. We saw that earlier. In fact, I hope Benny Woods has kept a chronological bloody diary of all the penalties he's handed out tonight to try and make sense of it all, because Adam Lavis is going to be adjusting the result sheets after this one more than once, I would imagine. Matt Dench the leader by 12 seconds, gentlemen, and we are 7 minutes away from the checkered flag and the end of the road.
What do we say, Daniel? 20?
15.
Oh, 15, that's your call.
Yeah, I said 15. So
might be far off, I reckon. You're not too far off at the moment.
Oh, now I'm piecing the puzzle together. You guys were wagering how many laps and what the second margin was going to be. Yep. Yes, right. Got you now. Okay. But that was actually, I'm glad that you did it, because that was the only time where we kind of looked at the lap count and thought, we're actually it's not going to meet up here. It's not going to marry up just nicely. It's going to be like the divorce court. 6 minutes to go. Whoa, Jared Knight kicking up grass.
I was going to get back to that point we talked about with Nick Goring, and Nick Goring imparted so much knowledge from a racing perspective and a adjudication perspective on all the guys that jump in race control, and myself as well. To look at something from you can look at it from your own point of view when you're racing. You go, oh, that's not my fault. But when you look at it from an impartial point of view, Nick Goring kind of gave us that insight into being totally impartial about judging incidents, which is fantastic. I think that's been a testament to the club, and I think that's why people race with the Gentleman Sim Racing Club, is because we have race control.
Yeah, 24 rows in the Stewart sheet so far. Fingers crossed for no more from Ben. Oh, good on you, Ben. We'll have a chat to you post-race, mate. There's a couple of things that we'd like to pick apart. But Guy Leach is sitting there in fourth at the moment. Great run from him, up 16 spots. He's kept his nose clean in this last race. He's had a really good run. And now he's on the precipice of a podium finish with Corey Lazarus right there. Kiwis are sitting there very nicely in second and third at the moment. But the Aussies are top step at the podium through Matt Dench. 13.5 seconds now, that margin. 5 minutes to go.
Whoa, he's gone!
Whoa, off he goes! Off goes Samuel Sproul! Guy Leach and Jordan Malcolm! Sorry, off goes his teammate, Corey Lazarus. Yep. My apologies. I'm getting ahead of myself there. Guy Leach goes through to third. Jordan Malcolm now slots into fourth. Corey Lazarus drops to fifth and now has all that hard work to do again. Great work, Guy Leach. Kept applying the pressure, trying to force a mistake. Did so, and he did it without any contact whatsoever. Just pressure, pressure, pressure. It's a psychological thing, and it gets to you every now and then. Shepherd, Barker, Smith, 6th, 7th, and 8th. They're 8.5 seconds down the road. Forget about them. And all the meanwhile, these guys are still 2.7 seconds off Samuel Sproul, who's 13.6 off Matt Dench. And I'm just having a look at the clock here, boys. We're on lap 22. We're in the 34th minute now. It's just clicked over. We'll get back to the line. We'll get 3 laps to go. So we'll get to, this is the end of 22. It'll be 25. We will fall 1 lap short. So that's the second time tonight. First one forced by the safety car. Second one, Adam's gone 1 lap too far, but that's okay. It's better than going 1 lap too short, because I've been up in for the rent on short selling us on a couple of occasions, so I can't criticise him for going 1 too long on this one. It wouldn't balance out fairly in his ledger. 8 Eighth place there is Andrew Smith on screen at the moment. Dench is the leader. It's now out to 14.5 seconds, if you don't mind. So I think 15 is going to come and go very quickly here, boys.
Yeah, wow. I thought I was being generous. And he's already at 14.3. And we've still got 3 minutes to go.
Fingers crossed, actually, just so that I can weave it into the conversation and have a subtle sledge or subtle jab in the direction of the Benalla Auto Club. I hope it's 17. 17 is what I'm going for, and that's not adding insult to the injury for Samuel Sproul here. That's just so I can have a run-up start with a shot that I want to take at the Benalla Auto Club at the end of this broadcast. 34.5 minutes to go. Yes, we're going political on a Thursday night. Who'd have thought? 34.5 minutes gone, 2.5 to go.
Benalla Auto Club. Tell me about that. I've
well,
got relatives up there.
Oh, you got relatives at the Benalla Auto Club, do you?
Not in the club, no, but my relatives in the area, and I've been there actually for one of the events. Yeah.
Right. Well, I was hoping to go back there for the Winton 300 this weekend, right? And we had, as you know, Nico, we had 48 cars on the grid for the Sydney 300 earlier in the year at SMP. The Winton 300 is run on the exact same rules and regulations, similar premise, all that sort of stuff. Yep. It's not much of a challenge to entice people to come down to Winton, but unfortunately, where are we? 10:08 in the evening. Piss poor promotion and just little care from the Benalla Auto Club, and I'm looking directly at Stephen White because I emailed him about it a couple of weeks ago and said, listen, mate, you're 4 weeks out from the event. No one's talking about it on social media. No one's promoting it on your socials. People are asking questions about where do you enter, what's going on, you know, lift your game. They had terrific opportunity, and I'm particularly annoyed with these blokes for a couple of reasons that I won't go into on air, but I went into bat for the competitors because I care about the event from a competitor standpoint. The competitors enjoy those events. They love lining up for them. And I said, listen, you had a terrific opportunity on the back. Oh, no, here goes Brett Barker. Loop-de-loop. There goes Jeff Adams and Sam Muir through. Andrew Smith went through as well. Brett Barker's dropped outside the top 10.
Oh, how painful.
After such a good run.
He's just got to wait. He's going to try and get back. Maybe try and join a little sharper on the outside of the course. There we go. Oh, down to 14th.
So, to finish the point with you, Nico, as we keep an eye on everybody here, coming round to white flag this time by for Matt Dench. White flag this time by for Matt Dench. And the margin 15.2. 15.2 he leads by. Have a look at that. It is extraordinary, isn't it? Matt Dench leads by 15.2. White flag in the air. Dench is on the run home at Phillip Island. We're on our way to the checkered flag in the final one of the season. He's already got title number 7 secure. There are a couple of battles raging further down the order. I'll get back to... Let me finish on Winton in just a moment, Nico. Let's bring Benny Woods in from race control because he's jumped into the broadcast green room, so we'll drag him down in to have a chat with us in just a moment. Once we get these guys across the line in the checkered flag, I will come back to the Benalla Auto Club. I'm not finished there. When you're going to take a swipe, do it properly. Across the line we go. White flag is out. Oh, there's Barney. Not in the flag stand.
Oh, hello,
what a
Barney.
surprise. He's actually in the grandstand, but that's another story. Fair income.
Better views.
No, pretty much. He's not getting paid for it either.
Safer.
Dench is on his way home. We're watching Sam Muir all over the back of Jeff Adams, haggling him for position here. Andrew Smith over the back of Dylan Shepherd as well. Brett Bradbury's hovering, lurking on Adam Lavis as well. So they're the three active battles on the racetrack. We've lost Dave Oliver, Russ Green, Ben Pedersen and Brendan Van Ryn. They're all parked up for the night. We will get 23 to the line, or 22 to the line, I should say. And at the top end of town, it's Matt Dench doing Dench things. First in race 1, second in race 2 after stoic defence from the teammates of Corey Lazarus and Samuel Sproul. But in race 3, he will not be denied. Championship number 7, iced for Matt Dench. On a night where he can have his cake and eat it too. Second to Samuel Sproul. The margin will be 15.5 seconds.
So close.
Well done, boys. I'll give you that. I'll give you the points for that.
I'm thinking about, like, do we have the elites, right? So we have the open elite. Do we have a dench league?
Yeah.
On his own.
Exactly.
Just denchy?
Yeah, we've
As in-
said this how many times before, Nick?
As
We've been outvoted.
before, he's the benchmark,
Oh.
and I
Yeah,
love
yeah.
that.
He's
I
the
love that
benchmark.
term.
Absolutely, he is the
I love
benchmark.
that term.
Absolutely. He's
Boy,
out there on
oh
his own.
boy, oh boy. Second to Samuel Sprout. Guy Leach up 17 spots, biggest mover of the race in third. Then, where are we? 12 past 10. Jeez, what a night we've had so far, and it's not done yet. Oh, Jared Knight. Was that Jared Knight going? No, surely not.
Might
it
be.
was actually.
No,
it was
might-
Knighty.
Yeah,
It was
yeah,
Knighty just going across the line and giving the car four into the wall. I may as well write it off now. The job's done. He's had a turn of a night too, Jared Knight. So he's had a night to forget. We'll hear from him shortly, hopefully. But in saying all that, Jordan Malcolm fourth, Corey Lazarus fifth, Guy Leach driver of the night as far as that race was concerned. Dave Dench and Veronica Dench singing the praises of Matt Dench, and rightly so. We've always got viewers in the Denches as soon as, not the trenches, the Denches, as far as whenever Matt Dench is in the booth and in the house and in the cockpit. Corey Lazarus in. We're having fun with that. We're having too much fun with that, actually. Bench, Dench, Trench. Yeah.
The Dench
It's
mark.
fantastic.
mark.
Corey Lazarus
Love
was
it.
fit. Dylan Shepard, Andrew Smith, Jeff Adams. Then we go back to Sam Muir and Dane Snadden making up the top 10. Nick Wood, Paul Wilson, Brett Barker, Dale Sharp, Jared Knight, Adam Lavis, Brett Bradbury, Joe Baldwin. And then Stephen Gallacher, Tristan Kostian, Grant Gill and Michael Ladder made up the running order. Gill and Ladder were a lap down at the end. Everybody else got home on the lead lap. Matty Dench does it again, 15.56 the margin. And she was a fairly spread out field by the end of that. Ben Woods, I'll come back to you in a moment, Nico. Ben Woods, welcome into you.
Copy.
If you're in a position to unmute yourself there, let's have a chat about that, because that looked chaotic from the outset. I don't know how you've survived without a couple of shots of whiskey along the way. You may not have. That was, they gave you plenty of work to do tonight.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to having a drink after this one.
You and me both.
Yeah, sprints seem to bring out, well, some of the best competition as well as some of the worst driving standards. But yeah, everyone's just in a bit of a rush to get those positions. It results in the collisions and stuff. But you know, that's what we're here for, to try and make everyone race a bit better. And yeah, no, apart from a few taps here and there, the guys have been pretty okay tonight.
Couple of net code decisions, mate, but also a couple that just really weren't acceptable in the greater scheme of things. A couple of 10-second invoices handed out for good measure.
Yeah, there was a bit here and there. Race 2 had the two net codes, they both happened almost at the same time, actually. So I don't know if there was something wrong on iRacing's end, or just everyone's internet was having a bit of time off. And then obviously there was that big incident in race 2, we call that the safety car, which wasn't really anyone's fault, just everyone decided to crash
Going
off
out in
by
sympathy
themselves
with Benny
inside.
Pedersen. Yeah,
Pretty much.
Hang on. You just said something there about the internet playing silly buggers. Australian internet not cooperating. Who'd have thought?
Shocking, right?
No. Oh, standard procedure. There's another tick for your bingo card, Nico.
They need to get a lighter hamster in the wheel.
Now, Woodsy, how have you enjoyed the challenges of race control, mate? Some nights have been better than others. Tonight kept you on your toes, though.
Oh, definitely. Sometimes I'll be sitting there absolutely bored out of my mind. Tonight, I won't
Hey,
get a
same
free
applies to
second.
the comm box, just quietly.
Oh, yeah, no, definitely.
We tend, unfortunately for you, we tend to have more fun, more enjoyment in it when you've got more work to do.
Yeah.
And it's not a coincidence.
No, definitely not. But yeah, it's been good. It's still something that I'm learning, so I'll make mistakes here and there. But yeah, it's been a good experience. If anyone wants to help out, we're always open for more volunteers and stuff. It's a good way to spy on some of the faster guys and learn their tips and tricks.
That's true. We look forward to seeing you apply what you've learnt on that subject when you're next in the rig. But in the meantime, a couple of moments in the Astons also. So you didn't really get a chance to have a break tonight.
No. I got about a 10-minute break between the two. Grabbed a bit of food, grabbed a bit of water, and then straight back on for the Porsches.
Oh, very good stuff. Nice way to end the season, mate. Hey, thank you for your work right throughout. I was going to say, we didn't see the Pedersen Knight incident at the start of race 3. Hopefully that'll pop up on the replay at some point. But and I know Daniel will be going through those replays to bring you the best moments of the night that was here as we go, ladies and gentlemen. But thank you for that. We do appreciate it. Nice work from you throughout the course of the season. Look forward to seeing you on track and in race control in turn 4, mate. Enjoy the break.
Yeah, well, have a good one, guys.
Paul Wilson's here, Joe Baldwin's here, Jeff Adams is here, Brett Bradbury's here. We're waiting for Matt Dench and a couple of others to join us in the meanwhile. Jeff Adams, let me start with you. 5th in race 2, 8th in race 3. But unfortunately, one of the big moments of the night involved you and Andrew Smith on the run down to Doohan Corner, I do believe I'm right in saying.
Yeah, she was a bit unfortunate. I've got a, I'm trying to close it. Yeah, I'm trying to close the gap up to Muir and trying to keep this gap from Leach to see if I can try and get third. And I was doing all right, but yeah, I'm not sure if that would have made any difference. But yeah, definitely didn't help me.
No, it certainly didn't. And then, of course, okay, so just explain that one to us, because it looked as though, I'm just trying to remember the incident. Did Smithy get into the back of you and send you spinning and then spun himself as a result? Is that how it played out?
Yeah, so he was obviously got the toe down the front straight, and then wasn't up enough. He was bump drafting me a little bit there, and then tried to get up a little bit on the inside, but he was nowhere near us, and he just hit my rear right quarter panel and just spun me instantly. I mean, you're doing Mach 1 at the end of that straight, so
270 kilometres or so. Yeah, exactly. You're getting along at a fair clip. Apart from that, mate, is tonight considered a pass mark, or are you happy with how it all played out except for that incident, which I think we'll have a look at here in a few moments' time?
Oh, look, I'm happy with the racing. I was trying to get to Muir, and I beat him at the end there on that last race. Muir was behind me. We had a bit of a quick little battle. He was chasing me up at the end there. But yeah, I don't think I've had enough to get ahead of him. Yeah, he had obviously came into the corner too much speed and didn't wash off enough and come up on the inside of me. So I was actually quite lucky to catch it. I was surprised how I managed to save it and get back on the racetrack. I was lucky.
Well, actually, to be fair, you are one of many beneficiaries of the way in which iRacing have updated the grass and gravel traps, haven't they?
Oh, that would have been instant back to the lobby if it wasn't for the new traction control in the grass.
You would have been going Cam McConville style all the way to the other side of the Southern Loop.
Yeah, probably would have made that jump.
I would have been swimming.
Yeah. Oh dear. One hell of a night, mate. Very enjoyable. Did enjoy watching you hard at work there. Nice recovery to get back to 8th. A solid run to end the season. I'll be interested once Adam Lavis has crunched the numbers here to see what it means for the championship. But coming into the round, you were sitting 4th, and Sam Muir was there or thereabouts with you. So we'll wait and see how that all plays out. We know that Samuel Sproul was maybe a bridge too far, and Denchi definitely was too. But it was between you and Sam Muir. We'll wait to see what the points say, mate. Well done. Stay there with me. I want to ask you a question with regards to next term in just a moment, but I want to get the conversation rolling here, and I'm trusting Daniel Carrier-Sar. You've got all the information at your disposal there with regards to unveiling the suite of events that we've got for next season.
Yes, I do.
Excellent.
So whenever you want to do that, we can do that.
Not yet. Let's pump some interest up and get some viewers on board and make sure that we reveal it to as big and as large and as wide an audience as possible. And Joe Baldwin's here to specifically talk about that in just a few moments. Hey, Brett Bradbury, nice to see you, mate. Nice to have you in here and having a chat to us. Challenging night at the office, but you brought it home 1, 2, 3, 4. You're 5th in class in the 3rd race. You lost a few spots along the way there, but you were contending with people plummeting up and down the order, people on reconnaissance missions, as I called them during the broadcast. You ended up involved in a couple of incidents, I think I'm right in saying, but from your standpoint, what did you make of the night that was? It was fairly hectic.
Yeah, it was actually not too bad. It was nice to be known for something other than crashing this race, but it was there was a few unfortunate incidents where, for some reason, I was always caught on the outside and had to go to the outside grass rather than be able to sneak through on the inside. But no, it was a great night. Really enjoyed it.
Indeed, it was. And as far as the Porsches are concerned, how are you enjoying the challenge of this car and racing in the all-in split, contending with some of those elite guys coming through after cocking up in race one in a sprint night format, trying to improve your position as opposed to your or in relation to your other fellow open split competitors? How have you enjoyed all that, mate?
Oh, it's fantastic. I really enjoy it, especially with the faster guys coming through. It sort of helps your racecraft and your situational awareness. You're looking in your mirrors as much as you're looking forward. And yeah, no, it's very good. Quite enjoyed it.
And Phillip Island was always a recipe for drama and excitement and chaos, and it didn't disappoint.
No, I actually didn't think I was going to go as well as I did tonight, so I was quite happy with that.
Very nicely done, mate. Hey, stay there. More from you in just a few moments. I want to get everybody involved in the conversation here as quickly as possible. Then we'll pick apart the new schedule. Then we'll chat about what you guys will get up to next season. Paul Wilson, not the easiest way to the top step of the summit, but congratulations. I believe you did enough to get the job done in the Open Split Championship, mate. You had a buffer coming into the race, and even though you copped an invoice in race one, Adam Lavis had his own misfortunes, so that worked into your favour. So well done, another Open Split Championship. The lights are on, but no one's home, Wilso. Come back to me in a moment.
You got me?
Yeah, I got you now, mate.
There we go. That's better. Sorry about that.
All right.
I think that's me maiden championship, so that feels awesome. So there's been a couple of seconds in the last year, so I've been really gunning for that. So it felt really good, and I had surprisingly good pace tonight. It's one of the first times I felt like I've been able to keep up with a lot of the elite guys. Though apologies to whoever I smacked into on the first in the first race. I'm not sure what happened there. I saw the bump, but I thought we were pretty side by side. But anyway, apologies. Take the judgment of race control and move on. But yeah, good night. Great racing.
Indeed it was, mate. Dale Sharp was just commenting there as well. One race without getting crashed up out of 3 ain't bad. So everybody's got a war story to tell tonight. Even Matt Denshaw will get to in just a few moments' time, because they made life very difficult for him in race 2 there. But sticking with you, Paul, nice to fend off the likes of Joe Baldwin and Adam Lavis, who have been competitive week in, week out. So too Nick Wood, who's standing by to have a chat with us here as well. You've got some extremely good operators around you, but you were able to see them off and lift the crown.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. I think I was lucky Nick wasn't able to get to all rounds of the championship, because we had some ding-dong battles. Even in that last third race there, we were neck and neck for a while. I slipped up a little bit about 3 laps out and just let it go after that. But yeah, Nick's definitely got the pace, and he's reminded me a little bit of the way Dane Snadden was racing a few seasons ago. Dane had heaps of pace, but he had the odd mistake, and as soon as he got those mistakes out of his system, he stepped up into the elites, and he's doing it in fine style. And I'll definitely back Nick will be there very soon too. So yeah, great company. I really enjoyed it racing with Adam and Trucker and everybody in the Opens, and yeah, it's been good fun. Really enjoyed the season. I'm looking forward to the next one already.
Stay with me, mate. I can come back to you in just a few moments. If anyone here can't stick around for the reveal of the suite of races we've got coming up, let me know so that I can get you in for a full chat before we do unveil the suite, because once we've done that, I want to have a chat about what's to come with regards to Porsche Cup racing and what you guys have got your eye on for next term. Paul Nichols is standing by exactly for that reason. We've also got Joe Baldwin here to pick it apart as well. In the meantime, we've heard from Brett Bradbury and Jeff Adams. We've heard from Paul Wilson. Let's go to Nick Wood, and then we'll get Denchi into the fold as well. Hey, Nick, well done. You got there in the end, mate. Up 5 spots in race 3. The best of the Open Split in that third and final race. Challenging night at the office. You were involved in a couple of incidents. It wouldn't be a night at the island without a little bit of drama and a little bit of a headache.
Exactly right. And first off, I just want to say congrats to Paul Wilson. Yeah, great championship, and wish I was here for the whole lot of it.
Can't wait to see what you bring to the table when you are there for the whole lot of it, mate, because we know you're a very good operator across particularly GT4 and also the Porsches. Is that just a time and work commitment thing, life getting in the way of sim racing, the height of it?
Yeah, exactly. And you can't always turn up, so with family and everything, you got to make that a priority.
That's very true too, and I can't talk anymore because I've got real world commitments getting in the way in Term 4 in the form of the XL Nationals in Perth, so there'll be a couple of nights where I'm not here. And of course, I've already made it very clear that Delta's first and everybody else is last on September 25, so enjoy the season opener without me, gents. Hey, Nick, what'd you make of Phillip Island, mate? I mean, we always knew that there'd be a bigger field on the grid tonight. Everybody loves a run around the aisle and everyone somewhat enjoys this super sprint format, but it is fraught with danger.
Yeah, I don't mind Phillip Island actually. It's a pretty good track. I like to give everything a go really. That's why I like to pop up in all the different series as much as I can. And yeah, I really struggle with this Porsche though. It's a very difficult car to drive.
Okay, that's given me another question to throw your way. Because you mentioned that it's difficult to drive and you struggle with it. How is the patience threshold? How is the tolerance threshold to persevere with that thing, to try and get a better grip of it, get a better hang of it, and therefore eradicate those issues that you are having with it?
Yeah, I'll keep turning up, I guess. I always like to give it a go. And the car's it's getting better. I'm slowly getting more consistent, so yeah, just need to find some pace.
All right, very nicely done. Stay there with me. We'll get to Danchi, then we'll get to Season 4. Danchi, or Season 15, Term 4 of 2023. Danchi, welcome into you. For anyone just tuning in, this is the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club, Facebook, Twitch, YouTube. We do it thanks to all the great sponsors scrolling across the top of your screen. This is night 4 of week 10 of Term 3, and this guy, in 14 seasons on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club, has now racked up 7 consecutive Porsche GT3 Cup crowns to go with 7 consecutive GT3 Cup crowns. Denchi, it was a case of just turning up tonight and just signing the dotted line, and that was the job done. You went out there to put the icing on the cake, and you just about did it, but I've never seen the Blackout Electrical boys make you work as hard. A finishing position of second in race 2 as they did tonight. Geez, they ganged up on you.
Yeah, Dylan's really, really good at placing his cars in just the right spots, and making it very wide portion, really difficult to get by, but it was a cracking battle. We had a lot of trading paints and some 3 wides, and it was great fun.
And just seeing a replay here of your performance throughout the course of the night. Race 1, relatively easy. Race 3, consummately easy. You got the jump and took off. Race 2, that was one for the ages. Unfortunately, it became very clear that I think it was Samuel Sproul in the end was going to be a bridge too far. He got too far away because Corey Lazarus and also Dylan Shepherd made you work exceptionally hard for it. Were you getting impatient with it at any point? Were you enjoying the fight? How were you approaching that? Because let's be perfectly honest, in this situation, you didn't have a championship equation to worry about. The job was already done.
Yeah, well, when I saw I had Corey and Dylan ahead of me, I knew it wasn't going to be easy to get by to chase Samuel down. But we definitely gave it a red hot crack. And by the time we got through, Samuel was already too far out. So it was a cracking battle for sure.
Indeed it was, mate. And it was very nice to see you guys keep it very, very clean right throughout that battle. Not without a moment for Corey Lazarus down at Miller Corner, as we saw there earlier as well. But in saying all of that, mate, race 3, I don't know really what to ask you about that, because you hit all your markers, you took off into the sunset and didn't relent.
Yeah, I think race 3, we just had that one moment with Corey at turn 2. I thought I'd leave not quite enough space on the inside, but turns out there was just the perfect amount for Corey to try to sneak down there. And by the time I realised he got a nose in, it was a little too late. But I opened up the wheel, and he had a little tap on the front, and it just sent him sideways onwards.
Exactly right. All right, Daniel's given a little bit of a spoiler there. So without further ado, Denchi, stay with me. Let's get stuck into this. I'll welcome in Paul Nichols and Joe Baldwin at this point in time, particularly you, Joe, because there's a lot here to pick apart. Each and every term, mate, before we go and have a look at Monday night, Tuesday night, Wednesday night, Thursday night, Friday night, ladies and gentlemen, each and every term, you and the committee have a very difficult, arduous assignment ahead of you to decide what stays, what goes. Sam Chapman's rejoining us as well. We thank him for doing that, sticking around and doing some overtime. The reality of the situation is you guys go back to the drawing board, you decide what stays, what goes, how we reinvent the wheel, how we keep the interest there, keep the competitor base there, keep everybody happy. Some of those things aren't achievable, but it's always an interesting discussion to be had, Joe.
Well, yeah, you can keep some people happy some of the time, but you can't keep everybody happy all of the time. But I think the balance we've got for next season is probably going to be a popular one. With one of the mainstay classes has actually been promoted up to a main class on a different night. So that one will be revealed in a minute when we go through the slides. But yeah, we sat down over a couple of weeks and discussed which cars we should bring back. And I know there's a couple there that you're going to be pretty happy about. Zach, a couple of classes there I'm really happy to see come back. Obviously, Mountain Men's going to continue on. We'll have our endurance series that'll continue on, obviously. But yeah, Monday night's probably going to see the first big change in probably nearly 2 years, I'd say.
I'd say a little bit more than 2 years, absolutely.
Yeah, definitely. So, but people don't stress. We're not dropping GT3, but we'll get to that.
All right, let's have a look at it. Sam Chapman's here as well. Monday night, let's go. This is what we've got to look forward to on the platforms of the GSRC for Term 4, Season 15. To bring the curtain down on 2023, big change Monday night. Entree, we're swapping GT4 for Super 2. And it will be in the same format, I understand, as GT4 in the form of a 25-minute sprint race. Is that right, Chapo? Can you confirm or deny that for me? Or Joe?
Yeah, that's confirmed. It'll be a 1 hour server straight into a 35-minute quali with a 25-minute race, and that's pretty much every week. Being the entree rather than the main course is a bit of a change, like as far as what we were doing with the supers, but now being the lead into the GT3, that's the way we're going with that one.
All right, very nicely done. And again, Chapo, with GT3, if it's not broke, don't fix it. And we'll have the same usual mix of sprint races, 60-minute races and 90-minute races there.
Yeah, exactly. 8 broke, don't fix it, and might give me a chance to race GT3 as well, so if I'm not focusing on GT4s.
We're looking forward to GT3 on a Monday night. Super 2 will be interesting to see if it's received as welcomingly with open arms in the same way that GT4 has been embraced over the last couple of years. It has been a mainstay on a Monday night, GT4 into GT3 for the longest time. So is change as good as a holiday? We're about to find out. Tuesday night. The entree will be the Up-and-Comers series. And for those of you that enjoyed what we dished up earlier with the production cars from Mount Panorama, we've got a treat for you in the form of GT1, the Civil War. Joe Baldwin, I'm going to let you take up the front running here. Up-and-Comers has been a mainstay on a Wednesday night, now a Tuesday night for the last couple of years. It will always be part of the framework of this club. But a new main course on a Tuesday night, GT1. Geez, we love our GT racing here.
Absolutely, and I'll tell you what, you guys got a glimpse of what's capable in the GT1 cars earlier on tonight up on the mountain with the Aston Martin, but we will be including the Corvette C6R into the mix as well, so that no doubt is going to bring out the Chevy guys versus the Aston Martin drivers. I don't actually own the Chev, but that's certainly going to be a class I'm I'm going to have to get off work really early to participate in that one. Being based over in the West and your beloved daylight savings coming into effect very shortly.
Can I just interrupt you there? Hello, Nico. Can I just interrupt you there and let everybody know that week 1 will be across the board Australian Eastern Standard Time, so no one's impacted in week 1. It's week 2 through 10 where everybody's impacted because we split the country into 15 different colonies and time zones. Unfortunately, that does compromise our friends in the West, and it just makes our friends in Queensland look bloody stupid. But what's news? So, Tuesday night, GT1, I cannot wait for that. Now, Nico, educate us. GT1, apart from the Aston Martin, what else?
The Corvette, obviously. Corvette. No ABS. They do have traction control, though. Joe, is that correct? Both cars?
They do, yeah. And I don't know how much the traction control, like it really knocks you around when you get off track, but with the new grass and gravel model now, it doesn't seem to be quite as bad when you get out there. So, I mean, as you guys know, when you hit the traction control with those things out in the dirt, it just used to send you into the wall. So that's been a vast improvement, but it's certainly going to be a welcome series, I think.
And tell me about track selection. Are we going to follow up-and-comers, or is it separate tracks?
I'm not too sure. I can have a look here. We've got Road America is first week up, Silverstone. Then we're going to be on to Lime Rock Park Classic, and that's, I'll tell you what, with those big bangers around Lime Rock Park Classic, that's, I think Zach might need earplugs in his own ears for that night, so that one's going to be pretty exciting.
I've always wanted to see GT1s race in a boxing ring.
Yeah. Absolutely. It's like racing a go-kart around your bathtub.
Mm-hmm.
So it looks like there's a good mix of tracks in there, like we've got Watkins Glen and, another little one, Summit Point, that's in there as well. It's going to throw up... we might want to put heavy-duty bumpers on the car for some of those shorter tracks, but it's going to be it looks like a great mix of circuits.
Looking forward to Tuesday night motorsport immensely throughout the course of Term 4. Wednesday.
Oh, here we go.
There we go. Now, point number one. It's a direct swap. Supercars into the entree on Monday night, GT4 into the main course on a Wednesday night. How about that? I'll get to that in a moment. But Joe, we're all excited about the long-awaited return, the much-anticipated return. Not that it'll do you any favours over in the West, of course, because it's going to be about lunchtime your time. The Downforce Legends, these were a hit a couple of seasons ago.
They absolutely were. And look, we debated back and forwards between the SR8 and the SR10, and the consensus within the committee is the SR10 still isn't quite right for close racing. It's still got a heap of inherent understeer, and the SR8 just, every time you get out of it, you got a smile from ear to ear. So we're going to stick with the SR8. It's always proved popular. I haven't gone through. I'm actually the admin for that series this season. So be 2 races, a 15-minute and a 25 with a reverse grid, like top 10 reverse grid for race 2, as we've done in previous seasons, but nothing set on the track front yet. I'll actually go through that this weekend, but certainly looking forward to the racing the guys put on there, and even though I won't be a part of it, I'll come home and I'll come into the service as an overlord when I get home from work.
Are you going to run fixed setups, Joe?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you've got to be fixed set up with it. There's a wide range of skill level, as you know, Nico, and you don't want to handicap the guys that have probably got a good skill level but are newer to the sim and don't have, a network of friends or ways of getting set up. So yeah, I'm a big proponent of having fixed set up in racing. I think it's worked with the supercars this year on the Wednesday night with open setups. It's been a good dynamic there, but being the entree, we'll definitely go with a fixed setup.
And being the entree, will it be the same format that we know and love with the radicals? Will it be sprint racing with the invert in the second race?
Absolutely, yeah. 15-minute race 1, 25-minute race 2 with an invert for the top 10.
Beautifully done. Now, Sam Chapman, I'll bring you into the conversation at this point in time. GT4, it's been a huge hit, as you know. You've been an integral part of it in terms of the racing that was seen on the track and the spectacle that goes with it throughout the course of the season. It has been one of the mainstay performers of the club. It has been hugely popular throughout the course of the last 3 or 4 seasons, mainly. And now it gets its chance to thrive and shine in prime time, mate. Give us the lay of the land. What are we looking at with regards to race formats and structure?
Oh, I tell you what, am I looking forward to Wednesdays next season. GT4s, so they're taking a bit like the GT3. So we'll have a few regular races of, sort of 40 minutes or so. A few of the sprints where it's split up, and then a couple of enduros thrown in as well. So I think the finale, at PI. So, that's going to be. It's at Bathurst, so potentially even better. So, going to be a great season. I'm so looking forward to it.
Is that a good track? I don't think I've been there, Sam.
I haven't seen you on the track there.
No.
You two postcode there.
Bit in the grass,
yeah.
Hang on, gentlemen, let me keep a lid on this, because if we don't get out of here on time, I'm 32 at the moment, but if we don't get out of here soon, I'll be 33 by the time we end this thing. Now, Joe, just sticking with you, GT4. These cars are synonymous with long-distance endurance racing, so it's nice to somewhat go further in that direction with these guys now having a prime-time slot.
Yeah, definitely. The fuel saving, the strategy and stuff like that. We know there's some of the guys. You can't even look past somebody like Matt Dench, who's in the chat here. I'm not sure if he's going to join that, but when you get guys that are good with their strategy, like Matt and Mr. Fodiatis, he's another one. He's amazing with the GT4 car, with the way he can save fuel. It's going to throw a lot of balls in the air for strategy with the longer races and the different formats as well. You got to get your head around all the different formats, so I'm certainly looking forward to the challenge.
Indeed. Right, Thursday night, I think there's a few of us that are going to be very happy about this. Have a look, ladies and gentlemen. My vocal cords are in some trouble.
Here we go.
Formula V's back, ladies and gentlemen. Have a look at that. If you want Blast Lap, Zach, Grandstand, Thrillers, this, that, and the other, you know what? I'm even inclined to take the broadcast kit with me to Perth and do Thursday Night Motorsport live from carco.com.au Raceway at Barbara. I may not, but I'm tempted. Bloody tempted, because it is Formula V. I'm assuming it'll be the same format as what we've seen, 3 sprint races in about 50 minutes. We know it, we love it. You heard someone say earlier tonight, or I think it was Ryan Tegel, that he'll take the V over the Ford any day of the week. So will I, because they have produced some of the best racing we've ever seen on these platforms, and it is great to have it back and on a broadcast after a long overdue hiatus. It is long overdue to have them back. And enough said about that one. And again, with the Porsches, let's hope that we get the good numbers that we saw at the start of this season, boys. For the Porsche Cup, with thanks to Blackout Electrical Solutions on a Thursday night, we cannot wait to see what the calendar looks like there.
Well, Zach, I was just going to say with the Vs, because I'm still putting together a few of the tracks. I want some expert insight as to a few extra tracks you might want to add there.
Let's chat as soon as this broadcast wraps up, Chapo. That's fine, not a problem. So. The invoice will be in the mail. Joe, the Vs aren't everybody's cup of tea, but by gee, they provide some entertainment.
Absolutely, they do. I love the Vs. I'm not as good in those as I am, say, the Skippy or the Formula Ford, which we had a great run in the Ford last night for everybody. Unfortunately, Adam, I know Adam Lavis is absolutely chomping at the bit for the Formula V to come back. He has banished the Formula Ford to the back of the garage. He doesn't want to look at it. He won't even clean it. So he's done with that one for a couple of seasons at least. But the Vs get big numbers and high I rating guys, quality guys. So it'll put on quality racing. It always does.
Absolutely. The interesting thing about the Porsches is we've had some good turnouts and we've had some poor turnouts, gentlemen, but we've got to give it another chance to thrive and flourish. Let's hope that the numbers come back after what we saw at the Island tonight. There's no reason why they shouldn't. Let's hope the numbers come back in droves for Porsche GT3 on a Thursday night, complementing what is already a very GT heavy schedule.
Go, Sam.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, so I was paying a particular amount of attention there. But, yeah, no, I mean, the Porsches always put up good racing. Even if Denchi is winning by 15 seconds, that they put up excellent racing. So, yeah, I think it's worth giving it another shot. See how it follows the Vs. I think that's a pretty difficult act to follow. I think you'd agree with that. But yeah, they usually live up to it.
I was going to say, Thursday night motorsport might just peak in the entree sector next season more times than not, just quietly. But it wouldn't be the first time. We have seen Formula V dominate the broadcast on several occasions before. In fact, where's Formula V's main course? Just quiet. No. We'll take it in the entree format because it starts the night off very, very strong. I think we're done with that Friday night. I think there'll be a few people happy about this as well. The Sharp EIT Road to Indy Series is back. It might not be in the Sharp EIT guys. I'm not sure if the sponsorship arrangements there are confirmed or not, but the Indy cars are back. And after what we've seen in the real world IndyCar this season, I don't think anyone will be disappointed about that. The three Trans-Tasman drivers doing very good things there. Scotty McLaughlin, a podium in the championship. Scott Dixon as well. Will Power there or thereabouts after winning the championship last year. IndyCar, personal favourite of mine, Nico. After we ditched the stock cars, it was IndyCar that took over on a Friday night. A mix of road and oval courses that'll test the ability and the agility of anyone that wants to take part in the challenge.
Yeah, I think you've seen an enormous uptake in people's liking and understanding of IndyCar. So it's good that it's back on the roster. I think Nick would have a lot to put into this series. I think obviously we've got Scotty over there and the other. Do we have any Australians over there? We need Van Gisberg running an IndyCar, don't we?
Well,
Power's
actually,
Australian, right?
I think Will Power's the Aussie, but I was going to say I think Van Gisbert might be a little bit busy next year based on some news we saw today. Yeah. So and confirmed for NASCAR for next season. So no entree on a Friday night, just straight into IndyCar, boys. That's it.
Yeah, straight into IndyCar. The only thing that's a bit of a pity, but watch this space, is we actually can't broadcast it. So if anybody is wondering whether or not it's going to be a broadcast, unfortunately, there's been some issues with the licensing with a company. I won't name them because I don't want to, but with any luck, those guys might be bankrupt within the next month, the way it's looking, and that could open up the ability for iRacing to get the official license back. So just watch this space; anything's possible.
Yeah, it rhymes with Go to Sport memes.
It certainly does.
I see what you did there. Very nicely done.
And they're going to end up being a meme, is the way it's going. But that's a story for another day.
All right, very nicely done. Let's have a look at what else is coming your way. Weekends, Saturday night, Mountain Men. That's no surprise to anybody, Trucker. This is right up your wheelhouse. And always good fun if you've got nothing better to do on a Saturday night. Go and plough around the mountain in anything for 32 laps and have fun while doing it.
Yeah, definitely. So it'll be the same old. We'll, saying that, we're getting good numbers. We've actually opened it up to non-club members now, like non-financial members. So it goes into open hosted. And we've actually got the season grand final. We've actually run 10 straight weeks for this season. And it's the Lotus 79 for a 300k race this Saturday night over 50 laps. So that's going to be hard work and a hell of a lot of fun and very rewarding at the end of the championship. So, which is, young Greg Favell has pretty much got one hand on the trophy, so he might dethrone Adam if he shows up. If he doesn't show up, I'm sure Adam will go back to back to back to back and back to back.
Yep. Just get on with Lewis Hamilton, Sebastian
Very
Vettel
consistent.
run.
The Lotus 79 for 300 kilometers. I too love pain. I just love it. It's my favourite thing. And you will catch me in that car on that track on Saturday.
I love to
Okay.
hear it.
Gentlemen, stay with me. Let's get some reaction from around the room, from the other drivers. I'll start with Paul Wilson. I'll work my way to the top of the summit. What do you make of the schedule there, mate? What are you looking forward to getting stuck into?
Mate, it looks awesome. I'll be sticking with the Porsche. Time's the factor for me. I can't really get. I'd love to have a crack at the V, but I just don't have the time to get in a bit before 8:30. Family commitments and other things on. I had to organise the boy to get picked up from his school disco tonight just so I could race the last race. So, but we managed that one.
A bit of dedication in that.
Absolutely. He wandered in about mid-race too and started chatting to me. I think I nearly stuffed up halfway through that too. But no, it looks awesome, mate. I think he's doing a great job in what he's put on, and I wish I had more time to help out. But I'm really grateful for the efforts you guys put in. So good on yous.
All right, well, considering that it's the Porsches and that's it, one last comment from you before I let you go. There is the Sunday equivalent of the offering, ladies and gentlemen, the Login Systems GSRC Endurance Championship. More on that in just a moment because there's still some conjecture about the bloody calendar for it. But while we got you, Paul, with regards to the Porsches next season, it's still going to be multi-format nights, no doubt about that. But if there's one track that you'd like to see on the calendar and one track that you'd like to see disappear from the calendar, what are they?
Oh, gee, I'd have to think about that. You can keep Montreal out of the picture. Bugger that thing.
I like that track. Actually,
Yeah.
Chapo, what we were saying about Formula V earlier, put that one down, okay?
Oh, jeez. Why did I let you choose the track?
Yeah, straight chicane, straight chicane, straight chicane, straight chicane.
Perfect for Formula V, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That'd be all right. And look, the VB, I used to love racing the Skippy, but I'm really enjoying the Porsche. The Porsche, I sort of fell into it because a good mate Eddie was racing it and got me involved in the club. Ed's not doing it at the moment, but I've stuck with it because it suits the time frame, and I've grown to love the Porsche more and more every time, and I'm really enjoying the challenge of it. And boys, I think you got to run it until Matchy hangs up his hat, until Denchi hangs up his hat.
Correct,
You just got to let that man. He's got to get to 10 championships,
That's
and
it.
if he wants to keep going, let him keep going. So,
Perfect.
he's certainly setting a standard in it, and you can see that the difference it's making. The Blackout boys are awesome to watch the battles they're having with him. I can't wait to kick back and watch this race tomorrow night with a couple of beers. So. We would let Denchi call the shots on when the Porsche Cup gets retired, I think.
Paul, we'll let you go at this point in time, mate. Thank you very much for sticking around and sinking your teeth into all of that in the post-race show with us. We appreciate it. Well done on the open split achievements. We wait to see when you might get elevated to the elite split, but in the meantime, we'll let you go. All the best for the off-season, mate.
Cheers, boys. Thanks a lot, and thanks everyone for a great season. Awesome racing, boys. See you next time.
Congratulations, Paul.
Nick Wood, I'm interested to get some comments from you because you have been a regular in the GT4 field. The fact that it's now a main course, a main offering on a Wednesday night, does that sit well with you?
Wednesday nights is one night that I don't normally race.
Oh no.
Yeah, so I won't be turning up there, but Mondays and Thursdays I'll still try and turn up when I can. Maybe not the earlier races being in Queensland, I don't know.
Correct. Yep. No, don't get me started on that, Nick. Too late in the night. But I agree with you 100%. In saying all of that, though, mates, same question. Tracks that you would like to avoid next season if you could help it, if you had any say on the calendar, tracks that you would like to see.
Well, I don't mind any track really, but the track I dislike the most, which might seem a bit strange to some, is Bathurst. Don't really like that track. I've been turning up to Mountain Men to try and get better at it, but yeah, I can't seem to get it.
Are you even Australian then?
No, I'm not. I'm a Kiwi.
Oh, Kiwi,
There
okay.
you go.
That's all right.
So actually, you Kiwi guys must be looking for the launch of Pukekohe.
Yeah, Pukekohe will be here soon. That's it.
Yeah, next builder, they reckon?
Yep, well, I'll be down for that one.
The other question, Nick, obviously, what do you do with the week off, mate? What do you do with the opportunity to put the feet up and relax on a Thursday night and a Monday night as well?
The family and I are going away for a few nights, so I won't be doing any racing.
Very nicely done, mate. We'll let you go at this point in time as well. Thanks for that. Congratulations on your efforts throughout the course of the season. Look forward to seeing what you bring to the table in turn 4. Go well.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thanks to everyone for such a great club.
Indeed. Denchi, I'm saving the best until last. The clubhouse leader, I'm leaving you to last. Let's go up to Jeff Adams and Brett Bradbury. Jeff, Porsche staying on a Thursday night. If it's not broke, don't fix it. What else tickles your fancy there with regards to what we've got coming up in turn 4, mate?
I'll probably have another dip my hat into the GT3s again on the Mondays. I don't mind doing the Mondays and the Thursday nights. They seem to work pretty well for my time schedule, but unfortunately, I'm not sure I'll be able to make all the races next season because I'm moving from Brisbane to Sydney. So yeah, so there's
you. Moving from 1911 to 2023, half your life.
Yep.
No,
I'm running out of bingo cards.
Well,
Bingo.
Yeah, the wife's in the military. She's in the Navy, and we're getting posted. So we all pick up the family and shift off down there, and we'll see how everything goes. But hopefully I can get the rig pulled apart, and hopefully Defence Housing Australia don't destroy it. Because it's, moving in the military is never always as smooth sailing as they try to make it out to be. But it'll be good once I get everything sorted out. But yeah, look, I don't know if I'll be able to make every race.
Well, good luck with the move. It kind of goes hand in hand there, doesn't it, ladies and gentlemen? The sacrifices that our mate is making here for the family, the Navy, the Army, the Air Force, they all make for the country. So it goes hand in hand. We thank the servicemen and women of the country for their continued service and their dedication to what they do. And we obviously wish you the very best with the move as well, mate. Go well.
Thank you very much.
Before you go, though, hopefully we'll see you back on the Porsche grid at some point. The race formats, give or take, everyone's going to have a problem with that. There's going to be someone that likes the sprints. There's going to be someone that likes the mini enduros. There's going to be someone that likes the enduros. In saying all of that, though, what about racetracks? What's your favourite? What's your least favourite? What are you hoping to avoid next term? Was there a track that you particularly didn't like this season?
I'm not a big fan of Canada. I'm not a fan of Circuit de Gilles Villeneuve. I've never been a fan of that track.
Against Canada already?
Yeah, never been a big fan of that one. Again, it's like that straight chicane. Never. I don't know if it's just the Porsche. It's a hard track to learn, but yeah, I struggled with that one. As to go with tracks to keep, I'd like anything that's in the newer side of things. So I like racing anything in the new side. So we got any new tracks that have come up on?
I was going to say, whenever they drop new content, you're a happy chappy.
Yeah, I was a bit. I was hoping the. What's that new open wheeler car that they've brought out?
Super Formula?
That's it, yeah. I was hoping
Japanese one, yep. Yeah,
we could dip our toes into that thing. I was willing, I bought the content. I still haven't driven the car yet, but I was hoping that was going to be on the thing. But nonetheless, I'm still happy with everything that's on the grid, as much as I can get on only on Monday and Thursday anyway. So, maybe some mountain men every now and then. Maybe you can throw that car in there. In the mix, that'd be fun over the hill.
That'd be mad fun over there.
Wouldn't it? It'd just be mental, I reckon.
100%. 100%.
Jeff, go and enjoy the night off, mate. Enjoy the week off. Good luck with the packing. I won't bother asking you what's going on with regards to the week off, because we know that packing's a nightmare, prick of a process at the best of times. So go well with all of that, and look forward to touching base with you when you've relocated and unpacked and got settled in Sydney.
Excellent, thank you very much. Yeah, will do. I'll try to enjoy it, but I don't think I will.
No. I'm not going to lie. I'll happily go to Sydney any day of the week. That's part of the reason why I said I'll go to the concert with Delta at the Opera House, because it fell just before the daylight saving window started, and the Queensland concert fell after, so it was never going to work out for me. In saying all that, Brett Bradbury, let's go to you. I was going to say there's a few of you snickering now because you can't keep up with how many bingo references I'm getting in for you, but that's okay. I'm looking at you, Nico. Brett Bradbury, your take of the season that was, your thoughts on the calendar that we've just released, and what are you most looking forward to?
I'm looking forward to a lot of it. I've had a pretty barren couple of months, been very busy and haven't been able to race as much as I used to. So the work that I'm doing at the moment slowed down. I'm going to be able to get back in the rig a bit more. So I'm really excited about that whole calendar.
And as are we. With regards to next term, with regards to the week off, what do you do with it? And with regards to the new term, how do you feel about it with regards to, everything from BOP updates that iRacing drop on the car changes to the calendar? Do you feel the same way about Circuit Gilles Villeneuve as everybody else? What are your thoughts on the 10 weeks ahead, mate?
I'm looking forward to giving the GT1s a go, and yes, I agree with everyone on Circuit Gilles Villeneuve.
I don't know what I love.
That's because you commentate it, Zach. Though we have to race it.
That's a very good point.
I'd like to make a suggestion. The Nordschleife for the bees.
Well, it's interesting. That was on the agenda potentially. So if we
a two-lap race.
A one-lap race.
Well, it would actually have to be adjusted because I think it would automatically go to 2 laps, and then it would be about a 20-minute race, and it would go overtime into the Porsches.
Grant Gill with the comment of the night thus far. Apparently, the local Poles Club aren't enjoying Zach Bingo tonight as much as they normally would, but I appreciate that, Grant. Good on you, mate. I knew he'd be tuning in this late in the piece. Hey, Brett, what about the team, mate? Still a great. That's one of the best aspects of sim racing that we haven't touched on yet. We're at the end of the season. The team camaraderie that you guys have in amongst your respective servers here in Discord, your respective teams out there on the circuit. Sometimes it works for you, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes you get into the side of one another. That's racing, but there's a certain team camaraderie about this that can't be matched or replaced anywhere else, can it?
Oh yeah, it's a great bunch of guys, and we're just waiting for Greg to recover from his operation to get back in the sim with us. And we've been missing him, so hope he's getting better quickly. And looking forward to maybe getting in some enduros with the boys as well.
I know he celebrated a birthday last week, and I know we've just lost Paul Nichols actually on that note. Good on you, Nico. Thanks for stopping on by, mate. And didn't say goodbye, but that's okay. We'll catch up with him later. The reality of the situation, though, is Brett. We've got our fingers crossed for Greg. We know he's in hospital. We know he spent his birthday there. We know he's recovering well. And that process will play out. As frustrating as it'll be, I know. I've been there, but not in the severity of Greg, of course. But those things take time. And at the end of the day, as long as he's back on deck in full fitness, in full health, at a later point in time, we can't wait to have him back on the grid.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, mate. Looking at the clock, it's 11:05. I'll let you go at this point. Enjoy the week off, and we'll see you on the grid on September 25. There he is, Brett Bradbury. Matty Dench and Sam Chapman and Joe Baldwin and Daniel Corriasar here to put the full stop on things. Denchy, you've got a prime opportunity to go out and complete the sweep of 2 calendar years. It's almost like the tennis players trying to get the Grand Slam. You did it last year, term 1, term 2, term 3, term 4, and you're on the trajectory to do it again, mate. So what are you most looking forward to about the new season? And is anything else on the table there, GT1 or GT4 in a prime time slot? Anything else there enticing you to come and play with us on a more regular basis?
Yeah, I've been eyeing off the GT4 for quite a while, but I don't.
You're already a GT4 champion. Let's be honest.
Yeah, but like I don't like doubling up in series, in the different series on the one night, because it makes it super tough to get the job done in that later race. So with the GT4s moving to prime slot on Wednesday, it's looking like it's on the cards, I think.
The groan from Sam.
Absolutely. And everybody else in the GT4 server they've gone from huge amounts of excitement of having a prime time slot and having longer races and mixed formats and all of that. All the wind has just been sucked out of the sails and deflated because M. Dench has announced his presence. I love it. I cannot wait to see what he does in GT4 next term based on what he did when he gave everybody a 2-week head start and still won with a round to spare. A couple of seasons ago. Denchy, what about circuits? We know the ones you hate. And what about the ones you like? What are we looking forward to when the calendars drop in due course and the time and effort that can be then put into and spent investing in getting everything ready to hit the ground running on September 25, mate?
I mean, if we can throw in some concrete canyons like Detroit or
Why
Long
not?
Beach.
Why not?
or
From a commentary standpoint, why not?
Belle Isle.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah, also Brands Hatch, another super fun track. It's a little bit processional for like racing, but super fun to drive around for sure.
All right, very nicely done. Now, we'll let you go on that note. Thanks for sticking around. Well done tonight. Well done on title number 7 ×2. Porsches and GT3s. Can't wait to see you in the Ferrari on September 25, or are you inclined to go and have a look at the Ford GT now that it went so well on Monday night?
I haven't tried the new Ferrari, so I'll have to buy it over the next week.
I thought you might.
Give it a little drive and maybe sort of compare it with the BMW, and we'll see which one we turn up in.
Oh, very nicely done. There he is, M. Dench. Very nicely done, mate. Enjoy the week off. Enjoy the spare time that comes with that. Look forward to seeing you in Term 4 go well.
Yeah, thanks. We'll see everyone then.
One thing we didn't touch on tonight, boys, was tyre wear. But at the end of the day, it's Porsches and Phillip Island. It was always going to be a talking point. It was kind of redundant if we mentioned it. In saying all that, though, I've got Joe Baldwin and Sam Chapman here to put a full stop on it, and Daniel Carrier-Sarr as well. Daniel, I should ask you, as a driver as well as Joe and Sam are, juggling your commitments as a broadcaster and the other two as committee members. What are we feeling? Grant Gill's asking what nights are being broadcast. That will be confirmed in due course. I believe Monday and Thursday are definite, but I'm just waiting to hear back maybe Wednesday as well. Sam, can you shed some light on that, please?
Yeah, I think we're still confirming on what's happening Wednesday. I can't shed any further light on it, but there's potential for Wednesday as well. But yeah, Monday and Thursday as we're doing this season.
Yeah. Absolutely, and we're very excited about that, no doubt. I am looking forward to being in the anchor chair again most Monday nights, most Thursday nights throughout the course of the season. The club, the committee have already been advised of where I won't be available because of, well, 1, Delta Goodrem, and then 2, the Perth Nationals trip for the Hyundai Excels. So apart from that, and barring any further trips to Ipswich Hospital, which I'll try and avoid like the plague, we'll be here firing on all cylinders Monday and Wednesday night. Monday and Thursday night, with the potential to also add Wednesday night to that now that the radio schedule's drying up a little bit in Term 4. Daniel, I should ask you of the offerings there on the table. Scratch Thursday night because you'll be here in the best seat in the house with me. But as far as the rest of them are concerned, what are you looking forward to most in Term 4?
I will most likely continue in the GT3s. I really enjoyed that this season, and I look forward to putting some more time in the seat and getting better at that. I also really like the idea of the GT1s, and also absolute props to Adam for calling it the Civil War. I think that's brilliant. But yeah, I reckon the GT, look, those cars are amazing, and I can only imagine the chaos we'll get up to with the tracks, whatever they may be, but I can't imagine a bad track for those cars, honestly. So the GT1s is also another one that looks really, really good. And honestly, IndyCar. IndyCar is very quickly becoming my favorite racing series. It's absolutely no nonsense. They're allowed to just go out there and race. They're allowed to bump. They're allowed to if you get thrown off the track, there's no, oh, sorry, thanks for coming. AMR safety team, right out, crank start you, go. Get back into it. It's just a fantastic series, and I love the cars. And if I can, I will definitely try to commit to racing that. My Fridays are very usually busy, but I reckon I can make it work.
Tony Baker asking a very good question. GT1, fixed or open setup, boys?
We'll be open set up for that one. 60% fuel.
Ooh, very nice. Spicy. Excellent. Like it.
Also Mountain Man. That's a given. I'll be a Mountain Man.
100%. 100%. Someone's got to be loyal to Joe. Someone's got to be loyal. No. Mountain Men, despite not being broadcast, has its loyal legion of followers and participants, and it's great to see it continuing on, Joe, along with the GTs across the course of the weekend. Can someone shed some bloody light on what the hell's going on with the GT endurance calendar, please? Negative?
I'm fairly sure this round's sort of been postponed for now, and the next one's not for quite a while. So it will be the next one I've got booked in for October 1st. So a couple of weeks away. And that
the dreaded day on the calendar. Yes.
Yeah, there is a social round happening this Sunday.
Yes.
This Sunday, yes, there is. Yeah, unfortunately, what had happened was, without realising it, was penciled in an endurance on Father's Day. That's why it was why it was postponed. So that's what happened there. Just was an oversight with the calendar, but it will be run later on in the season.
Perfect. And to be fair, boys, Chapo, that's a great collective of, or a great assortment, a great lineup of events and races we've got through the next 10 weeks starting September 25. It's a nice opportunity this next week and a half to just catch our breath and get ready to rock and roll on the way to the Checkered Flag for 2023, or 1911 for our friends in Queensland. The reality of the situation is the club just continues to find ways to reinvent the wheel, reinvent itself, and thrive in the post-COVID era. And I think a lot of people are very excited about, well, firstly, GT1, secondly, the return of Formula V, and of course I think we're all somewhat slightly intrigued to see how GT4 is going to flourish or flop, hopefully not, flourish and thrive in the prime time slot.
Yeah, I think this roster's brilliant. I'm glad we've got a couple of weeks off, because I'm going to need it, because 10 weeks after that I think I'll be locked in Monday, maybe Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday. So yeah, very much looking forward to it. Be nice to, as much as I groan, race with Denchi, hopefully, and not immediately. See if I can keep up for a lap or two.
I'd look at it. Honestly, I would look at it, right? Because I'm a glass half full kind of person. I reckon Denchi racing in the GT4s, as much as I feel your pain, right? The potential for what you could learn would be through the roof. Because just watching the guy gives you like all this insight. Racing him gives you that much more. So although, you know, it's going to be a fight, I reckon you're going to learn faster having Denchi alongside. So that's the way I'd look at it. Also, it's going to look amazing on the broadcast.
I get to watch him for a lap and a half, and then I can't see him anymore.
Yes, yeah. Well, no, glass half full on that. No, it would be great, and I'm obviously really looking forward to that in the prime time slot. A few different, you know, the reverse grids as well. Sort of was able to get away with sort of qualifying quite nicely and keeping out of trouble for most of this season. So that'll sort of switch things up as well. Multi stops, like, yeah, I think that'll be excellent there. And yes, and Formula V's obviously is going to be a very exciting touch point. I've got one more track to choose, so we'll chat after.
We certainly will. Actually, on the subject of chatting after, we should probably put a full stop on this, gentlemen, because it's 11:15. We've been on air for nearly 4 hours. It's been a big night. It's been a lot of fun. And Joe, as the mainstay of the club for as long as I can remember, the most experienced of the four of us in the booth here, from a committee standpoint, from a participant standpoint, what are your reflections of season 3, season 14 for the club, and what are you most looking forward to for as far as the club standpoint is concerned, not a personal standpoint, but from a club standpoint for term 4?
Look, as far as season 3 goes, it's that that sense of a rising tide raises all boats, and just about every class has stepped up with pace, with I mean, you're still going to get your incidences, but the driving standards has gone through the roof. I think, from being around for a while, I think the driving standards across the board has improved. And for next season, I think it's a really exciting change, way forward for the club. We've got a new president in John Simpson, was voted in at the last AGM, and he does a stellar job. He's been there with the club around the committee as long as what I have. I've been around the club since the inception, but John was on the committee around the same time as I was, if not a little bit before I stepped into them sort of roles, and he's going to do a fantastic job as a president. And I've seen Grant put a thanks up there to all the members, and that's I want to reiterate that as well, and also thank Grant for his broadcast and stuff. Even though he's been on a holiday, he's come back and stepped into that role with some of the broadcasting and stuff. So, and yourself, Zach, too. As a club, we want to thank you for your continued patronage in the booth and doing a great job. Daniel and Sam, there's a lot of guys out there that have stepped up to the plate, and the club's going from strength to strength. So it's I think we're on an exciting trajectory forwards with the club as a whole. So, exciting times ahead for sure.
Well, truth be told, I think Joe's smashed out of the park there. But from a personal standpoint, we're only as good as the product on offer on the screen there. So we need to say, from our standpoint, from the broadcast booth standpoint, and I think I speak for Chapo and Daniel and Adam and Grant and everybody else as well, Liam Banks, Aidan Schultz, everybody else that's helped out with the commentary throughout the course of the season as well. We're nothing without the drivers. So the club members that keep coming on back, keep putting themselves on the grid, subjecting themselves to torture when them dentures in the server. Everything that those guys do, you tip your hat to them, because it's not it's such a challenging platform to master. We've seen that time and time again. The way these guys step up to the plate and entertain us each Monday, Thursday, and occasionally Wednesday and Tuesday night as well. We owe an enormous debt of gratitude to the drivers who keep supporting the club, who keep turning up on the grid, who keep giving us something to talk about each Monday and Thursday night. And from a personal standpoint, I must say, if it weren't for the Gentlemen's Sim Racing Club, I wouldn't be able to afford to be a Canadian Club drinker. So I am immensely appreciative for that. Because let's be perfectly honest, the beer just doesn't cut it after you've gone to Canadian clubs. So it's been good. And a special thanks to the guys, even though I'm in the role at the moment for race control, admin, whatever. The guys that have done race control, I've only just stepped into that role. Thanks to all them guys. It's a thankless task, and guaranteed every night there's a grumpy driver that doesn't like the call, but the calls have got to be made, and so I back my guys 100%, and they've all done a fantastic job, because it's a thankless job too. Not a lot of people like doing it, and nobody likes people having it done to them, but they step up and they do an amazing job. So the whole team. And I think the other thing as well that I want to say, I just remembered I haven't taken the second shot or swipe at Winton Motor Raceway yet, so I'm about to do that. But and trust me, it's going to be good. But no, before I do, it was mentioned earlier. A couple of guys were mentioning Are You OK Day, and I think this has been a great platform for everybody to escape the lunatic asylum of the last 3 years. It's been a tremendous thing for impacting mental health in a positive way, in the way of, from a personal standpoint, Joe, I don't know what the bloody hell I'd do on a Monday or a Thursday night if I wasn't working on the platforms of the Gentlemen's Sim Racing Club. It gives you something to do. It gives you a reason to get up and smile of a morning. It gives you, it gives you purpose. I think purpose is the right word. And I know that a lot of guys juggle this around family commitments and work commitments and everything else. But then there's people like me that are single. That, our dinner companion's the television, which reminds me, there's a triple episode of Home and Away that I might get to tomorrow now. But it's purpose. There's reason to be here, and the fact that people enjoy it is a bonus for us. I mean, again, you subject yourself to the critics of social media whenever you step behind the microphone these days. Crompton and Scaife know that better than anybody, but. It gives you reason to get up and do something. So, and for me, motorsport and commentary, it's been something I've loved for, more than half my life now. So it's one of those things that when given the opportunity in 2020 to do it, I thought it would just be a part-time thing, get us through the lunatic asylum of COVID and get us out again. But here we are 14 seasons later.
Yeah, definitely. And it's, there's a lot of guys here that continue to return to the club. I think it's a great environment, and I've made friends there's friendships that have come out of the club. Like people like yourself and Sam and Daniel, and we all chat behind the scenes. Off air. Obviously, anybody who's watching that's not involved in the club, by all means, step in. There's a lot of different guys. There's a lot of different dynamics. You don't always get on with everybody, but you'll always find somebody there that you got a common interest in, and we've all got a common interest in racing and sim racing. So there's a good reason to get involved and stay involved.
Looking forward to having you come and visit us at carco.com.au Raceway and introducing you to the best thing since sliced bread in Hyundai XL Racing. Actually, sorry. Formula V is the best thing since sliced bread. Hyundai XL Racing come along after Formula V. Let me correct that. At the back end of October. That'll be good fun. Chapo, thank you to you and everything, and everyone that's helped you on the committee side of things, Joe as well, and to you and all the other boys that have put their effort into broadcasting throughout the course of the season. Daniel, as the newest member to the fold, welcome. It's an addictive sort of drug, but I'm glad you're enjoying it, and we can't wait to do it again next term.
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
Okay, so the shot that I wanted to have at Stephen White and the Benalla Auto Club and Winter Motor Raceway. So just to backtrack a moment here, boys, and I'll do this without cursing, I promise you, but the promotion for the upcoming Winton 300 has been utterly atrocious. And that's been reflected by the release of the pit lane garage setup for the weekend, who's where, etc. 17 cars for the Winton 300. There is no reason why it should have been that small, considering we had 48 on the grid at the Sydney 300, and they missed a prime opportunity to get on socials and pump the tyres of their own event immediately after the success of the Sydney 300 and say, hey, if you like this event and you enjoy what you saw there, this is what we're doing. Similar premise. September 16, 17. Get on board. Entries open this date, da-da-da-da-da. But no, they completely and utterly just, pushed it to one side and didn't give a stuff about it yet again. And it's reflected by one of the weaker, in fact, the second smallest field in Winton 300 history, I'm pretty sure I'm right in saying. And they get what they deserve, because I did put my hand up 4 weeks ago and said, look, happy to help, happy to come down, commentate, da-da-da-da-da, when I wouldn't have been here tonight, so I would have missed out on this. But... and also, what really frustrates me about it as well is that these pricks, back in July, right?
Daniel, take it off air.
Did nothing. It did nothing in the way of helping promote the Sydney 300. We tagged the AASA, we tagged Winton in multiple posts that we put out in promotion of the event, thinking, one feeds the other. You're dealing with the same competitor base. Da-da-da-da-da. Didn't share any of it, too busy just, enjoying their new relationship with Queensland Raceway, I'll say that much, and basically shunned the Sydney 300 until 3 or 4 days after the fact. At which point I got a message from a commentary colleague of mine saying, any chance you've written a race report for the Sydney 300? And I said to him, hang on, where have I been? This was right after I'd got out of the hospital with appendicitis. And I reminded them of that when I sent them an email recently saying, I did that race report for your newsletter. Appropriate that they want to suck on the coattails of the success of the event after the fact, whilst in recovery from appendicitis. So I made sure that when I hit, I didn't miss. And it was a nice little middle finger. And there's another one coming on Monday after the 17-car Winton 300 runs on Sunday afternoon. Let's actually thank all the people that allow me, that give me this platform in which to whinge and moan every Monday and Thursday night on the platforms of the Gentlemen's Sim Racing Club, because without them, none of this happens, let alone the dribble that comes out of my mouth. Waste Options, Orbic Australia, and of course the great people at Login Systems, also Fisher and Door Lawyers, Astute, Insurance, Finance and Wealth, Blackout Electrical Solutions as well. There they are, finance, insurance, and wealth. They might be dealing with me at some point down the line. Flash Graphics, and of course our friends at Fisher and Door Lawyers. I think I've needed to mention them as well. A big thanks to all of them for their efforts throughout the course of the season. We can't do what we do without them. It's fair to say. Hopefully a couple more sponsors coming on board in the seasons ahead as well. But yes, without them, term 3 of 2023, season 14 of the club would not have been possible. You can show your support to the club and get involved by going to gsrcmerch.myshopify.com or merch.tgsrci.com. It'll take you to the same place, ladies and gentlemen. Get on board. Buy some shirts, buy some stubby coolers, buy whatever we've got there to sell you, to offer you, because it's great merch. The shirts are very comfy. They're very nice. And they've been very well drawn up, done up by the club, who have made all that happen. And we wouldn't have been able to do that without the great support of not just our competitor database, our members, but also you guys watching at home as well. So if you want to show your support for the GSRC, that's the way to do it. And then make sure you get a photo in your GSRC shirt and send it in to us, and we might even be able to put it up on the broadcast and let everybody know that, yes, we do have a fan base out there. Looking ahead on the platforms of the GSRC for you, tomorrow night for our members, there's the final round of the Wings and Slicks, and that is Formula 3, the full stop on that season coming up tomorrow night. Mountain Men Saturday night in the Lotus 79s, as Joe has said, and we've got a GSRC GT3 endurance fun event, a non-championship event, a hit and giggle on Sunday as well. Then we take a week off and we reconvene Monday, September 25. The supercars as the entree into the GT3 as the main course, and that will be from 25 past 7 Eastern Standard Time. The following week it'll be 25 past 7 Eastern Daylight Time. Make a note of that. Monday, September 25. Venues and formats to be confirmed in the days and weeks ahead. But for now, on behalf of our entire broadcast commentary and production team here, everyone that's made Term 3 happen, we couldn't do it without them, from the committee members to the broadcasters to race control to the competitors for putting on such a good show, to all the guys that have helped me out in central commentary throughout the course of the season, those that have filled in for me when I've been away on assignment or away with appendicitis. We have greatly enjoyed it, and we hope you have as well. And if you have, then we finish happy. Congratulations to all our champions across all the different championships throughout the course of this season. We look forward to seeing if Matty Dench's run will continue or if he will be taken off his throne at some point. Will that run come undone at some point? We'll wait and see when Term 4 of 2023 gets underway Monday week. Until then, go and enjoy the tennis. Australia one set down at the moment in a must-win tie against France in the Davis Cup in Manchester. Plenty of motorsport this weekend. The Singapore Formula 1 Grand Prix headlining all of that with a revised track layout as well. Footy finals continuing left, right and centre. There's plenty to be up and about and excited about for you until we return on September 25. Until then, on behalf of the crew, I'm Zach Caban from the virtual Phillip Island Circuit, where Matt Dench has put the icing on the cake yet again. Bye for now.